of quid pro quo. If there is a possibility of quid pro quo, then who exactly is involved and who's essentially benefited out of it? The other big development that could also take place, Anupur, in the course of the day is some confirmation now coming in from the Enforcement Directorate regarding a money laundering case altogether. Because we are being told that in the last 24 to 48 hours, the case files have also been shared with the Enforcement Directorate. They are also making a preliminary assessment of whether at all there have been any foreign remittances that have taken place and whether at all there is an angle of money laundering at this point in time.
All right, Shravan Sen, of course, continuing to bring us the latest on that. Thank you for joining us, Shravan. All right, news just coming in. We're now learning that the government has asked the Supreme Court to reconsider the order of the Supreme Court so that the World Cup can be held in India. I'm going to go across to our legal editor, Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, who joins us on this now. Rhythm, one of the key things over here, of course, is to make sure that the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup actually goes forward. And that's something that, you know, we've seen how much emphasis the government has been placing on this particular thing. So we're now given to understand that the Supreme Court has been asked to reconsider its order?
Yes, absolutely. This is on the basis of how the COA had been formed, Nupur, and the FIFA has written COA mandate repeal. All right. So, Nupur, coming to you, a big exclusive coming on Republic TV. As we've now been told, an application is filed by the government. We've accessed the application. We've gone through the FIFA email that has been written to the authorities. And what they are essentially saying is that there was a COA, that's the Committee of Administrators, that had been constituted by the Supreme Court to look into and ensure that there is fairness maintained in the Indian Football Federation. However, FIFA has not understood the reason why the COA is formed. I don't want to go into details about what and how FIFA has reached this conclusion, but FIFA has, and FIFA in an email dated 20th of August, that is on Saturday, has written back to authorities and saying that in case in your application filed before the government, before the Supreme Court, you're able to have the Supreme Court's order modified, which is to say that there should be no COA mandate anymore in Football Federation. We shall think about lifting the suspension that is there on India. Let's tell our viewers that this application that has been filed by the government is a very rare occurrence. We very rarely seen the government asking for indulgence of the Supreme Court to modify its orders. The government has in its affidavit said exactly what the Supreme Court had been told in an earlier hearing by the government's top law officer, the Solicitor General, Mr. Tushar Mehta. The government in its application tells the Supreme Court in clear terms that they want this indulgence only because its prime concern is the stakeholders. The priority is to revoke the suspension to ensure the Under-17 World Cup is held in India, and to have that possible, the government says the Supreme Court has been told that only one demand has been made by FIFA, that is to revoke the mandate that was given to the Committee of Administrators. We've also accessed the FIFA's letter to authorities in India over what they really want, and today becomes a very crucial hearing because today we have to see not what's been internal conflicts that have been happening in the game with Bhechung Bhutia filing an intervention application supporting the COA, with certain people supporting Praful Patel filing applications. The government is very clear. All the government wants is to ensure that the Under-17 World Cup is held in India. They don't want to get into any internal conflict, and that is the mature, correct, determined way forward. So the government in its application that is filed before the Supreme Court says that this is the grief or grouse that FIFA has, and only because it's their prime concern, and we have to see about the stakes, the prestige of India, and to ensure that the games are held in India in October, we would request the Supreme Court's indulgence to modify its orders. Now, even as we're waiting, Nupur, for that very crucial hearing, I'm going to read out details of what the Supreme Court has been told in para 13 of this application, exclusively accessed by Republic TV. It says, in the interest of the game of football in the country in general, and in the interest of all those players who deserve to play football at the international level and in larger national interest and global stage, with a view to ensure FIFA revokes the suspension and the adverse consequences flowing thereof, the applicant is filing this application seeking indulgence of the Supreme Court. It is a very respectful and it strikes the right note when we read the application, because the Supreme Court is only being told by the government what FIFA has asked for. They also say right at the very start that the prime priority is the stakeholders and one effort to revoke the suspension.
Also now, Rhythm, at the heart of it obviously is going to be the fact that there is a COA that's been formed by the Supreme Court, and the fact that, the FIFA World Governing Body wants to go on with the AIFF. That's the governing body for India. But broadly also, it is about the future of football in India as well, because we've seen the kind of push that the government has given to football. The Prime Minister in several of his speeches has repeatedly mentioned the fact that football is a game that needs to be pursued in the country. And we've seen, that on the ground as well, with the number and the mushrooming of these football coaching centers. And not just that, there is a concerted push from the Sports Ministry towards the game.
Yes, absolutely. This is something, Nupur, the government has been doing. In fact, the Supreme Court has been asked, and as I'm typing it out so that our flashes are right, is the Supreme Court has been asked to modify its orders. So what this essentially means, like you rightly started off by saying, I want to first talk about the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was delighted that the Under-17 World Cup would be held in India in October in 3 states. In fact, the Home Minister had tweeted about it. This sudden suspension came as a complete shock to India. We were surprised at the way this was happening, but the government requested for time till today to ensure that they continue talks with FIFA. The government has done that. They have broken the ice. Amicable resolution and conversation has been held with the World Governing Body, and finally they've come to this particular thing that we want to first tell our viewers, and we want to tell, I beg your pardon, we want to tell the top court of the country that we want their indulgence, and the government says the only reason we want this is to have the prestige of the game covered. We want the brilliant football players to play their match. So this is directly, Nupur, in touch what you are saying. The message comes directly from the Prime Minister. We want to ensure the World Cup is held in India in October.
Absolutely. Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj continues to be with us. She's breaking down what you're expecting in the Supreme Court today. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we bring you more. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we get you more details on what's expected in the Supreme Court today.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwad in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Now, in a move to get the FIFA ban on the AIFF revoked, the central government has moved an application in the Supreme Court seeking an end to the mandate of the Committee of Administrators as demanded by the world governing body. This, of course, is a rare case. Let's go across to Rhythm, who's our legal editor. Rhythm, what we've been talking about, of course, is that as far as the government is concerned, they can deal with the situation later on. First of all, they want the ban invoked on AIFF. To remember that there is a Women's Under-17 World Cup that's scheduled to be held in India in October. Now, the Sports Ministry, of course, has now asked the court a day before this crucial hearing of the top court to at least modify its earlier order. Now, this move, of course, is being seen as an attempt to salvage the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup that's scheduled to be held in October. The world body on August 15 had imposed a ban on the All India Football Federation due to third-party interference and said the government's age group showpiece cannot currently be held in India as planned. On the phone line with me is Mr. Kapil Sankla. Mr. Sankla, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic TV. Mr. Sankla, now, this is something that's not very ordinarily seen, where the government asks the Supreme Court to reconsider its earlier order so that, a showpiece event can be held in the country. What do you make of what the government's application in the Supreme Court that has been filed yesterday?
I think it is extremely magnanimous of the government to have moved this application. And the reason is this. There's an international body where there are certain rules. The certain rules stipulate that there cannot be any litigation or third-party interference. In this particular case, due to the conduct of Mr. Patel and the erstwhile office bearers, there has been certain disputes which went to the Honorable Supreme Court. The Honorable Supreme Court appointed a COA. That amounts to third-party interference as far as the Federation is concerned. And so under those circumstances, India would have lost the opportunity of this showcase event. And therefore, for the government, in the larger interest, in the larger scheme of things, to have moved this application, I think is extremely highly commendable.
Right, Mr. Sankla, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. So that's the word that's coming in. Perhaps it's still not too late to salvage the Under-17 World Cup that's going to be held in India. You are watching Republic TV. We're going to slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we bring you more on this. And when we return, we get you the details of what's happening in court today.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open. Maximilian Kiefer, on his 249th attempt, lifted his maiden DP World Tour title. Despite trailing by 4 shots going to the final day of the Czech Masters in Prague, Kiefer carded a near faultless round of 66 to finish 16 under par and held a 1-shot lead over Green, who was making his way around the last 2 holes. And in other international
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Now, in a move to get the FIFA ban on the AIFF revoked, the central government has moved an application to the Supreme Court seeking to end the mandate of the COA, that's the Committee of Administrators, as demanded by the world governing body of FIFA. Do remember that there was a letter that was written by FIFA to the government earlier. Let me go across to Rhythm, who's getting us all the details on this. Rhythm, now this particular letter that FIFA had in fact written talks about removing the COA and letting all the affairs be handled by the AIFF, failing which FIFA of course has said that it will not be able to hold the Under-17 Women's World Cup in India that's scheduled, I think, for October.
Yes, absolutely. So today comes in forward before a big hearing that's going to happen in the Supreme Court. And what the Supreme Court is going to be told by the government is, we want your indulgence to revoke or to modify your Supreme Court order dated 18th of May, by which there was a constitution of a COA, and the 3rd of August that had laid down the roadmap ahead for Indian Football Federation. Remember, the government had only spoken about it after various parties had moved before them. We've seen several contempt pleas filed before them. There are football application pleas filed. There are Bechung Bhuti and other members are filing their intervention application. But finally, keeping all things aside in the internal conflict and Football Federation aside, the government has said, Nupur, only one thing: we want to ensure that the prestige of India continues to be maintained. We want the prime stakeholders to ensure that the suspension ban is lifted. So the most important thing for the government and for our viewers and for the brilliant footballers that the Supreme Court has been told by the government and referred to as is, this ban has to be lifted. If that is the only focus, that sentence becomes extremely crucial, because only on the basis of the sentence, all such talks, all discussions and resolutions happening by the government along with the world governing body FIFA. Now, FIFA has only one grouse. They don't want that the internal workings of the Football Federation should be by any outside influence, according to them. Keeping that in mind, this particular hearing is going to be seeing this application by the government, where they request the Supreme Court's indulgence to revoke, to modify the Supreme Court order so that the ban is lifted.
All right, Rhythm, of course, continues to be with us. We're going to slip into a very short break here. When we return, we are going to be breaking down what we're expecting in the Supreme Court today. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open. Maximilian Kiefer, on his 249th attempt, lifted his maiden DP World Tour title. Despite trailing by 4 shots going to the final day of the Czech Masters in Prague, Kiefer carded a near faultless round of 66 to finish 16 under par and held a 1-shot lead over Green, who was making his way around the last 2 holes. And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off the jobs over pay, raising fears of severe supply chain problems. More than 75 people have been killed, over 12,000 homes destroyed and over 20,000 damaged by Sudan's seasonal downpours and floods. Drone footage from Al Jazeera province showed a village and surrounding area partially submerged by flood waters.
A quick look at what... And here's a look at some other news in brief now. Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal will embark on a 2-day visit to pole-bound Gujarat from today. Kejriwal will be accompanied by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, who's facing a CBI probe in connection with the Aam Aadmi Party government's previous excise policy. The duo will reach Ahmedabad today and address a town hall meeting in Himmatnagar. Stones were hurled at Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's cavalcade in Patna yesterday, following which 13 people have been arrested. According to locals, the incident happened at around 5 in the evening at the Sodimode Gauri Chuk police station area, where a road blockade was underway over the death of a local man. In the latest development, farmers will protest at Jantar Mantar against unemployment. As a result, heavy police deployment has been made at the Singhu border, with the police seen monitoring and securing the perimeter ahead of the farmers' protests at the site.
More trouble mounting on Aam Aadmi Party as there are people who are expected to be questioned by the CBI today also. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open. Maximilian Kiefer, on his 249th attempt, lifted his maiden DP World Tour title. Despite trailing by 4 shots going to the final day of the Czech Masters in Prague, Kiefer carded a near faultless round of 66 to finish 16 under par and held a 1-shot lead over Green, who was making his way around the last 2 holes. And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off the jobs over pay, raising fears of severe supply chain problems. More than 75 people have been killed, over 12,000 homes destroyed and over 20,000 damaged by Sudan's seasonal downpours and floods. Drone footage from Al Jazeera province showed a village and surrounding area partially submerged by flood waters.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwad in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances. It's a Republic super exclusive. Government asks the top court to reconsider its FIFA order. Mega row over the FIFA ban. Baichung Bhutia files intervention plea. All eyes are now on the top court. Raids, seizures and FIRs. Excise scam explodes as lookout notice is issued against 8 accused. Silent on mega charges, Sisodia and Kejriwal now take off to Gujarat. Mystery over girl's death in MP quarters in the national capital. Big questions arise as the Congress party faces a massive backlash for the Savarkar insult. Savarkar posters now posted outside the Congress's office in Vijaypur. As the Gupkar Alliance calls for a strategy meeting at 11 o'clock, the BJP plans a counter meeting. The Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister is set to meet Prime Minister Modi. Speculation as the meet comes days after Chandrababu Naidu's meeting. Now here's the latest that we are getting in the ongoing CBI probe into alleged corruption over implementation of the Delhi liquor policy. We are given to understand that 5 people were questioned. Now they were questioned for nearly 12 hours. We are also given to understand that the CBI perhaps is going to look at more individuals who were either directly or indirectly linked to what the CBI says is a big scam. Anuj is reporting on this. And he is going to be bringing us the latest. He's outside Manish Sisodia's residence in the national capital now. Anuj, what we are also given to understand is that the ED is also now likely to file a case of money laundering against Manish Sisodia.
Exactly, that is something what we have been told, that this is going to be the entry of the enforcement director. But let me first tell you what is happening here at the Manish Sisodia's residence. As Manish Sisodia and CM Arvind Kejriwal today will be leaving for Gujarat, and any moment from now Manish Sisodia is going to come out, and what we have been told that he will be interacting with us and we'll be talking to him regarding the latest, what exactly he has to say about the same. But if we talk about the latest, then let me also remind you that on Saturday we have seen how the 5 people were grilled, were questioned by the CBI in the national capital, the CBI headquarters, and this is these are the same people who are named there in the FIR which has been registered by the CBI. So what we have been told, this is expected to be more people today who is going to be questioned by the CBI related to the excise scam or related to this particular FIR which has been registered. We'll once again go with the visual if I can get a glimpse of Manish Sisodia if he's coming out, because any moment from now what I've been told, Manish before leaving to Gujarat will be interacting with us and will be talking that what exactly is the next course of action. But yes, when we are talking about the things, we have seen that the numbers of papers has been seized by the CBI. This was the multiple raid which was done by the CBI at the multiple location. 31 what the point, and that's the preparation going on for the Manish Sisodia's press conference, which is going to start any moment from now. So what we are telling to our viewers at this point in time is that Manish Sisodia is going to come any time from now, and he'll be interacting with us what exactly is going to be the next course of action. But we were talking about the latest. The CBI has already recovered the paper from Manish Sisodia's residence as well as the other places which was raided, including the former excise commissioner, including the deputy commissioner of excise. So all these were raided, and the papers has been recovered. So we have seen the next course of action of the same. That was when 5 people from that very FIR which has been registered in the liquor scam was called in by the CBI, and there they were questioned. And now what we have been told today also, this is going to be, and what we are expected, and what we have been told that this is expected, that more people are going to be there from that particular FIR also, because this is 14 to 15 people who are listed or who are named in that particular FIR. So they are going to be there in the CBI. Who all are the paper, I beg your pardon, people, we will have to wait who all are going to be questioned today. But on the other hand, let me also remind you that the lookout circular has been already issued against the 8 people who are listed there in that very FIR, including Manish Sisodia. So we have interacted with Manish yesterday also, the Deputy Chief Minister of the Delhi. And there the line taken is very much similar. The line taken is same, that we are going to go ahead, we are not going to stop. But any moment from now, this is going to be Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister.
Just hold your thoughts for a minute, Anuj. Even as we are waiting for Manish Sisodia to come out and speak to the media, here's what Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has tweeted. He says, and I quote, I'm translating this in English, he says, the rupee is being beaten, the public is troubled by inflation, unemployment is skyrocketing, and these people are busy are playing CBI, ED, busy toppling elected governments of the people across the country, abusing all day. To whom should people tell their problems? To whom should they go? How will such a country progress? So that's the tweet that's coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. I think I'm going to go back to Anuj on this one. Anuj, you know, we've heard all kinds of rhetoric coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders, and you are now telling us that we're expecting to hear Sisodia also speak to the media. But they haven't so far spoken about the allegations that have been made. They haven't rebutted in a sense to the points that have been made in the CBI's FIR.
Well, exactly. That is something what everybody is waiting for, or rather the question there is in everybody's mind. Because whenever we are seeing these press conferences which has been done by the Aam Aadmi Party, or rather when we interacted with Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, yesterday, when I questioned him and tried to question him about the same, this was again the same line which was taken. This is about the education model. This is about the health model. This is about the people, what they are looking. This is about 2024 that this is going to be Modi versus Arvind Kejriwal, and the people are going to move out. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Arvind Kejriwal will be the face. These kind of lines we have seen, and talking about their own model, they are talking about their work which has been delivered, or rather which is in pipeline. But if we talk about this particular case, then we have not seen as of till now why why this particular policy was rolled back. Why was the waive off which was given to the people as it has been alleged by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and CBI also working on the same angle? This is the bigger question. Now recently, as you were pointing it out, the tweet of CM, that's Arvind Kejriwal. So the line taken is very much similar as we have seen it earlier in the press conferences, and as we have seen the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, whether being it Manish Sisodia himself, whether being it Sanjay Singh, Saurabh Bharadwaj, the numbers of leaders of Aam Aadmi Party coming out with the same line. So that's the line which has been taken by the Aam Aadmi Party, whereas we also have to keep in mind the line which has been taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party, because this is counter-attack, again and again what we are seeing, numbers of press conferences, one by BJP, then another by Aam Aadmi Party, then another by BJP. That is something what we are seeing from last 3 days. So that is something what we are expecting today also, that Manish Sisodia any moment from now is going to come out and will be speaking to us. Yes.
All right, Anuj, and we'll come back to you when that happens. For the moment, thank you for joining us, Anuj. And we are now cutting across to visuals that we are getting from the Jantar Mantar in Delhi. We are going to get those visuals for you in just a bit. But farmers, of course, will be holding a protest at the Jantar Mantar against unemployment. Ahead of this planned protest, security has been heightened in the national capital. Now, there are several sites where farmers are going to protest. Now, one of the key points that the farmers are making, of course, is unemployment. The other part of it is the minimum support price needs to be guaranteed. That's been one of the long-standing demands of farmers. Do remember that under pressure from farmers, the government had rolled back the agriculture reforms. Pictures on your screen right now are coming to you from 3 locations. We are bringing you the latest from the Ghazipur border, the Jantar Mantar, as well as the Singhu border. Right. So as I was pointing out, of course, protests simultaneously taking place at these 3 places. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground. Do remember also that the Ghazipur border and the Singhu border essentially were the hotspots for the farmers' protest that went on for nearly a year. And Jantar Mantar, of course, is the designated protest site in the national capital. Let's go across to Madhurima, who's reporting on this. Madhurima, give us a sense of what we're expecting today. Of course, security has been heightened in light of the
मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ 2 दिन के दौरे पर गुजरात जा रहा हूं और जिस तरह से दिल्ली में पिछले 7-8 साल में काम हुए हैं, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, रोज़गार पे काम किए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, महंगाई से लड़ने में दिल्ली के लोगों की मदद हुई है। और जिस तरह से अब पिछले 5 महीने में पंजाब में बहुत तेज़ी से काम हो रहे हैं, उसी क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा में, स्वास्थ्य में, महंगाई से लड़ने में, रोज़गार में, किसानों के लिए, उनसे प्रभावित होकर गुजरात की जनता भी अब केजरीवाल जी को एक मौका देना चाहती है। और मैं भी आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ 2 दिन के लिए गुजरात जा रहा हूँ। 2 दिन गुजरात में अलग अलग जगहों पर रहेंगे और वहाँ भी लोगों से यही अपील करेंगे कि 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुजरात की जनता के लिए शिक्षा के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, स्वास्थ्य के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, रोज़गार के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, वहाँ पे महंगाई से लड़ने में लोगों की कमर टूट गई है, उनकी मदद के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को एक मौका दें गुजरात के लोग, तो 5 साल में वो करके दिखाएंगे जो गुजरात के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 27 साल के शासन में जितना अच्छा काम नहीं देखा होगा। इसके लिए हम आज गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
सर, किस तरह से माहौल को देख रहे हैं आप? आपको लगता है कि भारतीय जनता थैंक यू
That was Manish Sisodia. That was Manish Sisodia who just came out and has spoken about the visit to the Gujarat, and he stated there that he's going Gujarat with the Arvind Kejriwal, and this is going to be the 2 days visit. We will continue with the shots because he's leaving any moment from now. But the questions are again missing. As Manish Sisodia has not taken the questions regarding the same. If we are talking about the latest development, because yes, it is expected that Manish Sisodia, I beg your pardon, that more people from that very particular FIR is going to be questioned. They are going to be called in. We were to ask that question. The entry of ED is also expected. But yes, this was a small briefing of Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia, who briefed us about their visit. Manish Sisodia and CM Arvind Kejriwal visit to Gujarat. This is the 2 days visit, and we are continuing with the visuals. We are trying to get in the sense because Manish Sisodia any moment from now is going to leave. But we are talking about the press conference which has been recently done by Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia. He just briefed. This was a very small press conference, and that's Manish Sisodia who is leaving. We'll continue with the shots. We'll stay with the shots. And yes, that's Manish Sisodia who is leaving. And this is going to be the 2 days visit. 2 days visit to Gujarat. That's something what Manish Sisodia just briefed about. But if we talk about the excise scam, if we talk about the liquor policy, if we talk about the entry of Enforcement Directorate, the CBI doing the investigation, so there were some questions which was missing in that very press conference, because we were to ask that questions, but we were not allowed. Rather, we have seen a very small press conference, a very small briefing of Manish Sisodia, where he stated about the 2 days visit of Gujarat. This is going to be Arvind Kejriwal, let me remind you, the Chief Minister of Delhi, and Manish Sisodia. The duo is going to be there in Gujarat for 2 days. He was talking about the role model. He was talking about the things which has been done by Arvind Kejriwal, again blaming Bharatiya Janata Party that the people of Gujarat has not got anything till now from numbers of years, and give an opportunity to Arvind Kejriwal will change Gujarat. That is something, the line which has been taken by Manish Sisodia, but has not spoken about the CBI, has not spoken about the other things which is happening. If we talk about this excise policy and the investigation of CBI, as we are expecting that Enforcement Directorate is also going to take entry. Today it is expected that Enforcement Directorate may come in action, but there is to wait and watch what exactly will be the next course of action from the Enforcement Directorate also. But that was Manish Sisodia, who just left from his residence. We have given the visuals of the same. This was a very small press briefing by Manish Sisodia, where he was talking about the Gujarat visit. Again, we are telling this to our viewers that Arvind Kejriwal and Deputy Chief Minister will be visiting Gujarat.
You're pointing out, obviously, once again, we've had Manish Sisodia not answer those critical questions that need to be answered. Do remember that the CBI has filed an FIR, and Manish Sisodia and the Aam Aadmi Party so far have not replied to any of the pointed questions that have been put up. Not just that, they've also not really answered why the excise policy was actually rolled back. So those are pertinent questions that they will have to answer. Just to tell our viewers, at the moment, of course, we're expecting Manish Sisodia as well as Arvind Kejriwal to be leaving for Gujarat. This is a planned visit. They are on a 2-day visit to Gujarat. I'm going to come back to you, Anuj, for the moment. Anuj, all right, first we're going to play out that reaction that we had from Manish Sisodia. He was speaking outside his residence just minutes ago.
मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ 2 दिन के दौरे पर गुजरात जा रहा हूं, और जिस तरह से दिल्ली में पिछले 7-8 साल में काम हुए हैं, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, रोज़गार पे काम किए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, महंगाई से लड़ने में दिल्ली के लोगों की मदद हुई है, और जिस तरह से अब पिछले 5 महीने में पंजाब में बहुत तेज़ी से काम हो रहे हैं उसी क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा में, स्वास्थ्य में, महंगाई से लड़ने में, रोज़गार में, किसानों के लिए, उनसे प्रभावित होकर गुजरात की जनता भी अब केजरीवाल जी को एक मौका देना चाहती है। और मैं भी आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ 2 दिन के लिए गुजरात जा रहा हूँ। 2 दिन गुजरात में अलग अलग जगहों पर रहेंगे, और वहाँ भी लोगों से यही अपील करेंगे कि 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुजरात की जनता के लिए, शिक्षा के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, स्वास्थ्य के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, रोज़गार के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई, वहाँ पे महंगाई से लड़ने में लोगों की कमर टूट गई है, उनकी मदद के लिए कुछ नहीं कर पाई। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को एक मौका दें गुजरात के लोग, तो 5 साल में वो करके दिखाएंगे जो गुजरात के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 27 साल के शासन में जितना अच्छा काम नहीं देखा होगा। इसके लिए हम आज गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
Well, Chavan Sen is now with us on the phone line. Chavan, you just heard Manish Sisodia over there, and it's been pointed out before that Aam Aadmi Party hasn't really replied to questions that have been asked in terms of the liquor policy. One of the other questions that everybody will wonder they're not responding to is why would the excise policy roll back if there was nothing wrong with it?
Well, in fact, from the day the FIR was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, if you have essentially seen, the argument that has been put forth by the Aam Aadmi Party has been that the government essentially is targeting Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister, through the Central Bureau of Investigation only because they consider him to be the best education minister in the country. They are relying heavily on an article that has been published by the Western media. But having said that, the Deputy Chief Minister today faces extremely serious allegations if you simply go by the FIR that has been registered against him. The question here is that the Aam Aadmi Party somehow has ducked answering any questions with regards to the excise policy. Every time they have been questioned about it, they have essentially hinted at the fact that these numbers that are being thrown at them, these are old figures. This has got nothing to do with the excise policy. For instance, when questions are essentially being raised about the one-time waivers that were actually given to the bidders, who exactly was really responsible for it? Because it turns out that the decision-making was finally resting on the Deputy Chief Minister. He was the go-to person when it comes to the excise department. So it is inevitable that he would be facing some questions, and the questions would be pertaining to who exactly gave those one-time waivers to the bidders. In fact, it's not a small amount that we are really looking at. A one-time waiver of 143 crore and a second instance of about 30 crore waiver that was actually being given. All of this money which was supposed to be forfeited, it turns out that they were basically waived off. And who exactly was benefiting out of it? Questions that have also been raised that whether at all there was a deliberate attempt that was made by the Deputy Chief Minister and the other excise officials to ensure that smaller players are not going to be part of this entire process.
Right.
Because remember, when you actually come up with a clause that 150 crore should be the annual turnover, then you are only eliminating the smaller players from this entire business. And who exactly was benefiting? According to the Central Bureau of Investigation, these are the associates, close associates of Manish Sisodia, who are benefiting out of it.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, Shravan, obviously there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered. We're also given to understand that the ED could perhaps be stepping into this probe now. Shravan Sen, our senior editor, reporting on it. Thank you. And we are now getting news of a big development that has taken place in the cattle smuggling probe. We are given to understand that the CBI team is now in Bholpur. The CBI has raided 2 rice mills before this in connection with the Anubrata Mondal cattle smuggling case. Kishalay is reporting on this. He's joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishalay, good morning. Kishalay, take us through the latest developments, please.
Well, big developments in Bengal right now in the cattle smuggling case, Anubrata Mondal case. Right now, the CBI team is raiding one of the rice mills in Bholpur called Shiv Shambhu Rice Mill. The CBI team is inside that rice mill, and 4 CBI officials are raiding that rice mill. That's what we are getting to know directly from the reporters who are reporting live from the spot. And also, we are getting to know that this rice mill is in the name of one of the associates and family members of Anubrata Mondal. The connection with rice mills is not new, because previously CBI also raided 2 more rice mills called Shankar Rice Mill and Bombhole Rice Mill before this. All these 3 rice mills are in the name of Anubrata, either in the name of Anubrata Mondal himself or in the name of any of his family members and associates. The problem with this case is that Anubrata Mondal himself used to get connected with the cattle smuggling case, and when money was sent to him, he used to keep those money allegedly in these rice mills, and also these rice mills were used and run with that amount of money which he received from the cattle smuggling business that he used to do. So these rice mills where CBI is raiding right now and raided previously, all these rice mills are related. All these rice mills are related to the cattle smuggling case, in which Anubrata Mondal is one of the prime suspects, and he is right now in Nizam Palace in Kolkata in CBI custody. He is questioned every moment, he is interrogated every moment, and his family members, associates who used to own these rice mills also received a huge amount of money. So big breaking right now in Bengal. Rice mills in Bholpur are under CBI scanner, and one of the rice mills called Shiv Shambhu Rice Mill is raided by CBI teams right now, who are inside that rice mill and raiding that rice mill. Previously 2 more rice mills were also raided. Back to the studio.
Kishalay, so explain to us what is the linkage that's been drawn between these rice mills and Anubrata Mondal. We're given to understand that the CBI is looking at this perhaps as where kickbacks were taken and hidden.
Well, exactly. These rice mills in the name of Anubrata Mondal and his family members, these were used as storage spaces for all that amount of money that was received by Anubrata Mondal or his associates in the cattle smuggling case. That's the charge. Also, these rice mills in the name of Anubrata Mondal's family members, himself or his associates, all these used to be run with the money he received from cattle smuggling business. That was one of the prime cases. That is one of the prime cases that is being investigated and probed by CBI. CBI understands that these rice mills were in fact places where there were meetings held in order to run the whole cattle smuggling business. Also, these were places where the cattle smuggling business used to be planned and then implemented on the borders itself. So these huge rice mills, in fact, were places where people used to come together. They used to have meetings, and also these were used as places to keep money which were being received. So direct link with this cattle smuggling case, and therefore CBI is raiding these places, trying to understand who else were involved in this whole cattle smuggling nexus, and how these rice mills were exactly used, and whether there is money stacked in these places right now or not. So all these angles are being probed by CBI. CBI team is inside the rice mill right now. They are questioning the people inside, the workers, the managers, and also trying to see what all are there inside the rice mill, whether money is being kept, and what are the angles or connections apart from what is already known, whether there are more connections and more angles to it or not. All these is being probed by CBI.
All right, Kishale, of course, is joining us from the Bangla newsroom. He's sharing all the inputs that we are now getting. We're given to understand that 3 rice mills are under the CBI scanner. They're in fact conducting raids even as we speak. Thank you, Kishale.
As political altercations grow around the posters of V.D. Savarkar in Karnataka, posters of V.D. Savarkar were seen pasted at an office of the Congress in Vijaypura. At least 8 to 10 photographs of the freedom fighter had been pasted by an unidentified person at the office. While the police is on a lookout for the person responsible for the act, personnel of the police were stationed at the Congress office. Altercations around the posters have grown on multiple occasions in the recent days. While one on the first incident was reported from Shivamoga, altercations between the BJP and Congress were later reported at Tumakuru and Dharwad, with Congress leader Siddharamaya's convoy being attacked in one of the occasions. The Savarkar posters were removed by the police at the Vijaypura Congress office. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we get you the latest from the national capital, where traffic snarls are being reported ahead of the farmers' turn.
And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off the jobs over pay, raising fears of severe supply chain problems. More than 75 people have been killed, over 12,000 homes destroyed, and over 20,000 damaged by Sudan's seasonal downpours and floods. Drone footage from Al Jazeera province showed a village and surrounding area partially submerged by flood waters.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwad in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Thrall. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted.
Why is it becoming about enforcement director? How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scandal. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scandal, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
Top headlines at 10:30. It's a Republic super exclusive. Government asks top court to modify FIFA order. Megha Rao over FIFA ban. Baiching Bhutia files intervention plea. All eyes now on top court hearing. Raid, seizure and FIRs. Excise scam explodes as lookout circular now issued against 8 accused. Silent on mega charges, Sisodia and Kejriwal now take off for Gujarat. Mystery over girl's death in MP quarters in the national capital. Big questions now arise. As Congress faces massive backlash over Savarkar insults, Savarkar posters now pasted outside Congress office in Vijaypur. As Gupkar Alliance calls for strategy meet at 11 a.m., BJP plans counter-strategy meet in Jammu. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister said to meet Prime Minister Modi shortly. Big speculations as meet comes days after Chandrababu Naidu's tweet. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. And the political face-off between the CPIM and Kerala governor sees no end, which has now erupted yet again. In fact, the CPIM has now tweeted, and I quote, "Actions of the Kerala governor are unbecoming of the constitutional position he holds by appointing well-known RSS men as his staff and turning his office into a center of intrigue against the LDF government. The governor is degrading the Raj Bhavan to the level of a mere RSS Shakha." That's the word coming in from the CPIM. We have Ashwin also tracking closely the political face-off between the CPIM and the Kerala governor. Ashwin, take us through the updates coming in. The CPIM now has once again hit out at the Kerala governor.
Yes, Samiksha, it's perhaps for the first time the CPIM official handle has commented against the governor of Kerala, AIFF Mohammad Khan, after the issue escalated over the appointment of Priya Varghese, who was the wife of the private secretary to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Now, earlier, the governor had frozen the appointment of Priya Varghese to the position as an associate professor in Kannur University. That is when the issue escalated further. In Delhi yesterday, governor also stated that the current vice chancellor of Kannur University is a criminal and had in fact conspired to harm him physically by assaulting him in a public program 2 years ago. Now all this has been stated by the governor. Governor has acted tough against nepotistic appointments and favoritism that has been shown by the government, and over this the CPM has now commented officially, stating and alleging that the governor is working like an RSS Shaka and he's paying a stooge to the central government. However, the governor has of the very firm stance that any kind of appointments in universities must be curtailed and there cannot be any kind of favoritism or nepotism in this matter. In fact, he has gone ahead to also appoint a 3-member committee, a search committee, to find the next Vice Chancellor for the Kannur University, and this has not gone well with the state dispensation. Samiksha.
All right, Ashwin, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. And on to more breaking news coming in. This one with regard to the protests which are taking place at the Jantar Mantar, which is being staged by the farmer group. This, in fact, remember, security has also been heightened at the Delhi borders. In fact, traffic snarls being seen at several border areas as well. So tracking all the updates coming in on that, the visuals on your screens as well, how the security has been stepped up at the border areas, and especially at Jantar Mantar, where the farmers are staging a dharna as we speak. In fact, we'll also get you a bird's eye view of the traffic snarls being seen at the border areas as the traffic has been affected due to the protest by the farmers there. So a lot of updates coming in. We'll go across to Madhurima as well to get more details on that. But the visuals on your screens of the security that has been stepped up at the border areas. Madhurima is joining us live. Madhurima, if you could give us more details. We understand traffic has also been hit at several border areas as farmers staged protest at the Jantar Mantar.
Well, yes, absolutely, because if you remember, even at the time of farmers' protest, Ghazipur border, Sindhu border and Tikri borders were the epicenter.
Of the entire protest, and right now reporting from the Ghazipur border is visual here as we can see that otherwise barricading is not done here. This is the main flyover where Rakesh Tiket along with all the other farmers used to be stationed, and as you can see that the security forces have also been deployed here. There's a PCR van as well, so as to make sure that if any untoward movement or any ruckus is
going to send out a message to their colleagues stationed at the next barricade. So multiple layers of barricading has been done throughout this flyover of Ghazipur. This is the first layer, and moving forward there are 4 more barricading over there. I'll move along with my camera person Ranveer, and as we were talking about traffic snarls, because of the barricading here, you can see that the entire traffic is now being moving to this direction, and at that side, if my camera person zooms in, is causing traffic snarls here in the morning hours of Ghazipur because of the barricading done at multiple segments of this particular flyover, under which for a year the farmers stationed and continued their protest against the farm laws. And now that this particular Rozgar Mahapanchayat was called in at Jantar Mantar, and following which this particular protest has been organized, the police officials are not leaving any loopholes so that any untoward incidents take place that could cause any harm to the civilians living here, because from 2020 to 2021 November, till the time the farmers' protest was there, and until the time the farm laws were taken, this was the entire area that was enveloped with farmers, even living on the top of the flyover. From there we are reporting, and the condition was very serious, which is why, being prudent, this particular step has been taken. Police vehicles have been stationed here, and they will be alarming their stations as soon as if any untoward incident, or if they see that farmers are coming to these borders, because all these preparations have been done to make sure that peace and calm remains in the national capital, which has witnessed the wrath of this protest for over a year. Back to you.
Yes, Madhurima, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So these are the visuals, in fact, in which you can see how the traffic has been hit. You can see the traffic snarls as well. Security, meanwhile, has also been stepped up by the Delhi police as the farmers stage a dharna at the Jantar Mantar. And moving on to another big story that we've been tracking, this is the liquor scam. What we understand is that most summons are likely in connection with this case. In fact, in the latest, Sisodia has taken to Twitter. He has tweeted, and I quote, "BJP's message has come to me, break up and join BJP. All CBI ED cases will be closed." My reply to the BJP is, I'm a descendant of Maharana Pratap, a Rajput. Well, we have a reaction coming in of the Union Minister Anurag Thakur. Let's listen in.
You have no accountability, but you fix liability on someone else. देश में किताब छपी थी जिसका नाम स्वराज, लेखक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी। स्वराज में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लिखा है कि सरकारें जनता से बगैर पूछे ठेके बांटती है, महिलाओं से नहीं पूछती, पैसे बटोरती और ठेके दे देती है। हमारा सवाल ये है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने किससे पूछकर ठेके खोले, कितने पैसे लिए और आखिरकार इसका जवाब कब देंगे? मोहल्ला क्लिनिक से मोहल्ला ठेका, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल मॉडल है। मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में दवा नहीं मिली, मोहल्ला ठेका में घर घर दारू पहुंचाने का काम इन लोगों ने किया है। और जब इनका भ्रष्टाचार पकड़ा गया तो 24 घंटे की मैंने मोहलत दी थी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जवाब दें। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आज तक भी मुंह नहीं खोले हैं। ये अपने आप में मोहर लगाती है कि ये क्या करते हैं, कैसे करते हैं और कितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार इन लोगों ने किया है। मैं तो यही कहूंगा, बेवड़ी है ये सरकार, करती है कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार और इनका कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार आज दुनिया भर में केजरीवाल का मॉडल दुनिया भर को दिखता है। यही नहीं, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं केजरीवाल जी, आपकी सरकार ने ये मोहल्ला ठेका देने के लिए किस किस से क्या क्या लिया? आपका मॉडल ये हो गया, पैसे दो ठेका लो, और आज तक इनका एक भी प्रवक्ता, एक भी मंत्री, इनके मुख्यमंत्री जवाब नहीं दे पाए, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को पूरी शक्ति है पैसा बनाने की। सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया अपने प्रसार पर, प्रचार पर खर्च करते हैं, जो जनता की गुड़ कमाई का पैसा है। जब पकड़े जाते हैं तो जवाबदेही इनकी कोई नहीं होती और दूसरों पर दायित्व तय कर देते हैं, उनकी जवाबदेही तय कर देते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के पास एक भी विभाग नहीं है। जो दवा देने वाले काम करते थे वो आज जेल में है, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक वाले, और जो मोहल्ला दारू देने वाले हैं उनके ऊपर भी भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोपी नंबर 1 पर लगे हैं। लेकिन किंगपिन आज भी चुप है, मौन है। आखिर केजरीवाल जी का मौन कब टूटेगा? भ्रष्टाचार, जो घोटाला, दारू घोटाला, शराब घोटाला हुआ है, उस पर केजरीवाल सरकार कब बोलेगी? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कब बोलेंगे? जनता पूछती है। ना भ्रष्ट दवा मंत्री को हटाया और ना भ्रष्ट दारू मंत्री को। और मैं कह दूं, ये शायद देश में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा, किसी व्यक्ति के पास शिक्षा विभाग भी है तो शराब विभाग भी है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल मॉडल है जी। शिक्षा विभाग भी और शराब विभाग भी ये एक ही व्यक्ति के पास है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल मॉडल है। पैसा दो ठेका लो, और बेवड़ी है ये सरकार, करती है कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार, कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार।
आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि वो बेकसूर हैं, उनके नेता, और मोदी सरकार जो है वो केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं।
आखिरकार अगर इनकी शराब नीति इतनी ही शानदार थी तो वापस क्यों ली? सवाल आज ये खड़ा होता है, जब सीबीआई ने दस्तक दी तो शराब नीति वापस ली। ऐसा कौन सा भ्रष्टाचार? ये सब परतें खुल के सामने आएगी जब जांच पूरी होगी। लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सर्टिफिकेट बांटते थे सत्येंद्र जैन जी को, आज वो भी जेल में 3 महीने से ज्यादा। यही सर्टिफिकेट बांट रहे ईमानदारी का मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, जो आरोपी नंबर 1 है, और किंग पिन बांट रहा है आरोपी नंबर 1 को ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट। ये केजरीवाल मॉडल है।
बसें हैं, उसको लेके भी एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है, उसको लेके
इनके भ्रष्टाचार, अरविंद केजरीवाल मॉडल ही भ्रष्टाचार का मॉडल है कि भ्रष्टाचार में नंबर 1 कैसे बनना है। इसके लिए सरकार कैसे पूरी प्रयास करती है। स्वराज में जो उन्होंने कहा, ये स्वराज नहीं शराब राज है। मैं फिर कहता हूं, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने किताब तो स्वराज लिखी, लेकिन शराब राज लेकर आए। उनकी अंदरूनी बात है।
हिमाचल फॉर्मेशन के 75 साल जो है अब वो पूरे हुए हैं, प्रगतिशील यात्रा भी कार्यक्रम आयोजित हो रहे हैं, आप भी शिरकत करेंगे, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
हिमाचल प्रदेश ने बाकी राज्यों की तुलना में बहुत शानदार काम किया है और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है।
So Anurag Thakur there again sharpening his attack against the Aam Aadmi Party. We have BJP's RP Singh also joining us. Sir, Manish Sisodia has just tweeted saying that he's received a message from the BJP saying that where he's been asked to quit up and join the BJP and that all CBI and ED cases will be shut against him if he joins the BJP. If I can get your response.
There's a word in Hindi called punch. They do this every day. Yesterday it was that at 9:15, Sisodia tweeted that lookout notice has been issued on my name. And evening at 4:30, CC says that no lookout notice was issued, it's all false. Today, it is a new fabrication, new falsehood they are spreading. And there is a new threat they are conducting. The fact is that they are trying to direct people's attention to the core issue of corruption. There's 144.66 crore and 30 crore rupees. They need to answer on that. All rest doesn't matter. And if there's any evidence on this account that someone has called him up or someone has approached him, let him name the person or let him show the call records or let him show the any audio record or video record of person who approached him.
All right. RP Singh, thank you for joining us. So that was BJP's RP Singh giving his response. So a lot of reactions as well coming in. Latest, what we understand is that Manish Sisodia, who was taken to Twitter, he said, and I quote once again, where he has said that he's been asked by the BJP to join the party. We have BJP's Adesh Gupta also joining us. Sir, if I can get your response to this big statement that has been made by Manish Sisodia in his tweet saying that he's been asked to join the BJP.
देखिए समीक्षा जी, पहली बार ऐसा देखा गया इस देश में कि जो शिक्षा मंत्री उसी को केजरीवाल ने शराब मंत्री बनाया और ये कह रहे कि मैं सिसोदिया वंश का हूँ, महाराणा प्रताप जी का वंशज हूँ। तो महाराणा प्रताप जी ने ये शिक्षा तो दी नहीं थी कि आप शराब के ठेके खुलवाएं, बच्चों को शराब पिलवाएं, युवाओं को शराब पिलवाएं और जो शराब में माफिया को आप दिल्ली का खजाना लुटा दें। तो सिसोदिया जी इधर उधर की बातें ना करें, जो मुद्दा है, जो सवाल है, उसका जवाब दे ही नहीं रहे वो। ये तो बचने का बहाना है। आप इधर उधर की बातें करो कि मैं ये हूँ, मैं वो हूँ, मुझे यहाँ से ऑफर मिला, वो कुछ तो बता दो। हम तो सबूत बता रहे कि 144 करोड़ आपने शराब माफिया के माफ कर दिए, 30 करोड़ आपने उनके अर्नेस्ट मनी उनकी वापस कर दी, उनका कमीशन शराब ठेकेदारों का 2.5% से बढ़ा के 12% कर दिया, ड्राई डे की संख्या घटा दी। यही महाराणा प्रताप जी की शिक्षा थी कि आप ड्राई डे की संख्या जो है ना, गुरु गोविंद सिंह जयंती और रामनवमी और कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी पे शराब बंदी होनी चाहिए, उसको खोल दिया आपने। तो ऐसे लोगों पर आज शर्म महसूस कर रहा है दिल्ली और पूरा देश, जो शराब माफियाओं को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जो इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं। अरे आपके पास कोई हो तो आप जवाब दो ना। जवाब है नहीं उनके पास, क्योंकि उन्होंने वो सारे काम कर रखे हैं, गलत काम कर रखे हैं।
Okay, well, we leave it at that. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So that was Delhi BJP Chief Adesh Gupta giving his response to this big statement that has been put out by Manish Sisodia, where he has claimed that he's been asked by the BJP to join the party and that all cases against him would be shut if he joins the party. That's another one of the claims that has been made by Manish Sisodia, who's been crying foul all this while, calling it all a witch hunt against the Aam Aadmi Party. So a lot of updates coming in. That's the big statement that has been put out by Manish Sisodia, who is all set to visit Gujarat today with Kejriwal to sound the poll bugle in Gujarat. And ahead of that, he has put out this tweet saying that he's been asked by the BJP, that he's received a message from the BJP to join the party. So tracking closely all the updates coming in on this. In fact, if I can once again read out the tweet that has been put out by Manish Sisodia, where he said, and I quote, BJP's message has come to me, break up and join BJP. All CBI ED cases will be closed. My reply to the BJP is, I'm a descendant of Maharana Pratap, a Rajput. I will cut off my head but will not bow down to the corrupt and conspirators. All the cases against me are false. Do whatever you want to do. That's again a statement that has been reiterated by Manish Sisodia, saying that all cases against me are false. Remember, BJP has been questioning the AAP, asking the party as to why did it have to roll back the excise policy if nothing was wrong at all. Slipping into a very short break for now. On the other side, we'll continue to get you the latest and the big coverage that we are getting on the liquor scam as more summons are likely by the CBI in connection with the case.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwad in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat.
Well, tracking closely all the updates and the big breaking news that we are tracking right now. The FIFA case hearing has begun in the Apex Court. That's the big breaking in coming in right now. We'll go across to Rhythm to get us to get us all the court updates. Rhythm is joining us. Rhythm, if you could give us the details of all the updates that are taking place from the court.
Yes, let's tell our viewers that now the hearing in the Supreme Court has begun. The Solicitor General of India in the hearing very, very clear that they do want this particular case to continue. They said that he told the courtroom right in the start, as the court is beginning to hear, this is a matter of national importance. Broken first on Republic TV. Now the Solicitor General tells the court the government is concerned about two things. The action of suspension makes us lose our right to host the World Cup. More disastrous, none of us our players can play any international matches. We examined and wanted to know if the government is being sidelined or this is the way. The Solicitor General says we found out India is not being singled out. It's the uniform practice. We discussed with them and found there are vested interests who may have played the role. FIFA wants management to be in the hands of an elected body. They're also saying the second concern is that the electoral risk members are 35-1. It's factual. What I'm breaking down for our viewers is that the Supreme Court is now being told by the Solicitor General the reason that they want what Republic Team Exclusive said, a modification of the earlier Supreme Court order, putting the ball straight, speaking in a mature tone to ensure that the World Cup is held in India in October. The Supreme Court is being asked for its indulgence to modify its order, where the COA, the Committee of Administrators, had been formed to look into the workings of the Football Federation. The Solicitor General tone has also said India is not being singled it out. This is reform practice in FIFA, and they should be discussed with them. There may be some vested interest who may have played the role, but FIFA wants management to be their hands with the elected body. As we are speaking, the top court of the country is being used by the sponsors.
Yes. All right, Rhythm, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you, slipping into a very short break, but we'll continue with the coverage. We'll get you updates from the court on the big hearing that has begun in the Supreme Court on the FIFA hearing.
Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open.
And tracking closely all the updates as the hearing has begun in the top court on the FIFA ban case. Rhythm continues to be with us. Rhythm, if you could take us through the details of the arguments being presented in the court.
Absolutely. The Supreme Court is trying to understand how they need to work in this case, and they are being told by the Solicitor General that they need to move forward. The Supreme Court has asked a very pertinent question. They say, tell us one thing, the logistics. Suppose we say the Committee of Administrators ceases to function today, how will the World Cup handle? So the Solicitor General, to this very important question by the top court, has said there is a Secretary General. He is giving us details about who can make the day-to-day administration possible if the COA ceases to exist. The Solicitor General also says that the COA's role is substantially over, and then whatever they have given, not accepted. A big move forward when in the Supreme Court, the top court of the country is now being told about common ground, about how the COA's role is substantially over. A hearing in the Supreme Court in which the Solicitor General, the government's top law officer Tushar Mehta, sets the record straight where he says we're talking about prestige. There may be have vested interests who may have spoken to FIFA, but we don't want to get into that. He possibly could be referring to the email or the letter that was shot off by Praful Patel to FIFA much earlier on the 23rd of May, I believe. Now what we have to look at, where the Supreme Court is being told it is a prestige, this is a matter of national importance. They've also clarified in the Supreme Court there is one demand that is made by FIFA, that there should be no COA. The COA is the Committee of Administrators the Supreme Court had appointed. They are saying this is not a different practice. To assure the Supreme Court, they are saying it's a common practice that FIFA usually does this. They don't want outside people to be in this, and they don't understand these things. So keeping that in mind, Solicitor General, record straight, talking about the COA's role, even saying that the role is that the COA's goal is substantially over. Ask the Supreme Court to consider to stop that mandate now.
All right, Rhythm, we leave it at that. We'll come back to you after a very short break. So closely tracking all the updates on the big story that we are tracking as SG presents arguments in the top court. A very short break. On the other side, we'll continue to get you the latest as SC begins hearing on the FIFA matter as SG now presents arguments in the apex court.
The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open. Maximilian Kiefer, on his 249th attempt, lifted his maiden DP World Tour title despite trailing by 4 shots going to the final day of the Czech Masters in Prague. Kiefer carded a near faultless round of 66 to finish 16 under par and held a 1-shot lead over Green, who was making his way around the last 2 holes. And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and news coming in now. Breaking news on the FIFA ban of AIFF. The Supreme Court hearing has begun, and Solicitor General Tushar Mehta says it is a matter of national importance. The Solicitor General stresses on the significance of the hearing today. Says it's a matter of national importance. This is with a reference to the FIFA ban of the All India Football Federation. And the Solicitor General also said that I won't get into at this stage, as we are in discussions with them. Responsible officers who participated are also here. There may be some vested interests who may have played a role, and the Solicitor General refers to Baichung Bhutia's IA, says he's a legend of the game, Sachin Tendulkar of football, but may have ended up playing for vested interests inevitably. I'm not commenting on the contest or contents. So we have for you these quotes of the Solicitor General even as the hearing is underway in the Supreme Court. And we are talking here about breaking news. The FIFA ban on AIFF hearing is underway in the Supreme Court. And the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta says it is a matter of national importance, and much has happened since the banning of the All India Football Federation. While India is making all efforts it can to salvage the situation, even as and joining us now is Rhythm to put this entire situation into perspective, to tell us what's happening. Rhythm, it's over to you. So we're talking about the FIFA ban of the All India Football Federation, which has been banned by FIFA for according to FIFA, certain norms have been violated, certain FIFA statutes have been violated. Much has happened since the ban, and the court, the matter is now in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court hearing has begun. Ridhim Bharadwaj, a legal expert who is bringing us all the updates, tells us that Solicitor General Tushar Mehta says it is a matter of national importance. The Solicitor General also says, I won't get into at this stage as we are in discussions with them. Responsible officers who participated are also here. There may be some vested interests who may have played a role, but now it's a matter of national importance. It's a matter of the credibility of our football federation. After all the effort that has gone into reaching where we are as football on the world stage is concerned, FIFA banning the AIFF is a major setback. However, all efforts are being put in place in order to salvage the situation. Much has happened since the ban of FIFA, which apparently happened because of some violations that FIFA saw. And the matter is now being heard in the Supreme Court. Hearing is underway. Ridhim Bharadwaj, our legal expert, is on the case, is bringing us all the updates. The Solicitor General has stressed continuously that it's a matter of national importance. And nothing can be spoken much about it as of now. Neither of the parties involved are speaking about it as of now, but clearly efforts are in full swing. And Advocate Kothari is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kothari, when we talk about, the FIFA's ban of the All India Football Federation, a major setback, how far do you see us being able to salvage the situation?
Well, I think the Supreme Court will come out with a very, very nice order, I believe, after hearing both the sides. And I believe that this intervention by the government must be there simply because to ensure that FIFA does not come out with some kind of absurd rules as it has come out earlier, because our players will lose the prestige to and the honor to participate in international events. So it seems to me that this decision by FIFA is a very, very arbitrary one, and the Supreme Court will look at it the way it needs to look at it and ensure that the players do get a chance to represent themselves, and also India gets a chance to represent itself across the world stage. Because this, I'm a little astonished that this has gone right up to the Supreme Court where this thing should have been resolved. It's not a matter of law as much as it seems to be a matter of internal politics. So something of this nature should have been decided with mature heads sitting together across the table and sorting it out, rather than troubling the apex court. But be that as it may, now that it is there before the Supreme Court, let's see what pans out, and we shall await the outcome, which hopefully will be in favor of India and the players.
Right. Well, ever since the FIFA ban, much has passed since FIFA announced its ban. Many things have surfaced about even as well. Joining us now is Ridhim. We have with us a senior advocate, Swapnil Kothari. He's speaking with Republic. It's over to you now.
Absolutely. Let's tell our viewers inside the courtroom now. Arguments are happening for Rachel Bhutia. Earlier on, a very positive note being struck by the government of the Solicitor General of India, saying this matter is of national importance. Keeping that in mind, he's requested for indulgence of the Supreme Court to ensure that the mandate of the COA can be for now repealed, because that is the one contention, that is the one thing that the FIFA has asked for. He also clarifies that the Supreme Court orders are being asked to be modified only for one reason, because FIFA does believe they don't want anybody outside the Football Federation to be working there. He also says this is common practice. India is not being singled out. Another very positive tone set by the Solicitor General appearing for the government is that we want that the games need to be played in India, that is the World Cup. He's also specified that we want our players, brilliant footballers, to be also doing the role. Let me go across to Swapnil. Swapnil, there are counsels for Baichung Bhutia who are talking about vested interest. The term vested interest also used by Tushar Mehta today, the Solicitor General, when he says there could be vested interest. But the Supreme Court is now trying to work out the logistics to see how they can ensure elections are held in such a manner that the World Cup is not cancelled.
Well, Rhythm, you and I have done several legal debates together, and you and I both know that this is the last issue in which the Supreme Court should be interfering. This seems to be a very, very internal matter between vested interests, if I may use that word. One side thinks one way and the other side thinks the other way. And I think mature heads should, as I told, the earlier anchor, that the mature heads need to sit together and sort this out. The Supreme Court may just give you a direction saying that hold the elections in a particular manner or that way or this way, but I think eventually the outcome will depend upon who has the interests of India and the players at heart, and especially the World Cup scenario, which is a global stage. So I believe that this is something which the Supreme Court should leave it to the parties with appropriate directions and under its own monitoring and under its own guidance, rather than make a decisive answer in this, because the last thing you want is to be set this as a precedent that tomorrow all the sports bodies issues, be it cricket, chess or anything of that sort, will start coming to the Supreme Court that, by the way, this was when FIFA had done this. This is what the Supreme Court had said. So, okay, tomorrow, if the tennis body does this, or if the chess body does this, or if the cricket body does this, then let's go to the Supreme Court. So this is the last thing, Rhythm, that I would want, because there is too much of judicial time being wasted on matters which need to be sorted out organizationally, in the organizations itself. And regardless of what Tushar Mehta may argue, regardless of what the other side may argue, this, that and the other, the Supreme Court will have to clearly mention its observations and should mention that this is not something which is our cup of tea. This is not what the Supreme Court was designed for. So I'm going to look at it as in a broader fashion rather than just going to look at it through the prism of FIFA or through the prism of the government. So I don't want to look at it that way, because it is doing injustice to the several 125 crore people where some 3-4 crore cases are still pending. And the Supreme Court is already overburdened with a lot many things. I mean, I don't want to tell you the plight of the high courts in some of the high courts of the country, because that's another topic for another day. But Rhythm, this is something which needs to be sorted out, and I'm a little, I would be very happy if the Supreme Court shuts this matter within the next half an hour or so and says that, look, these are the directions, or, this is the operative part of the order, and we'll come out with a detailed order next time and makes these certain observations which need to be there, so that sports is left out of the arena of the judiciary for the most part, unless there is some real ghastly injustice which has taken place, where then the Supreme Court needs to be approached.
So Rhythm, just getting in more updates. I'll keep Rhythm and Swapnil as well. We'll try and get both Rhythm and Swapnil live on this broadcast. Swapnil, just getting in some more breaking news updates right now. That Baichung Bhutia, footballing legend, has also become an applicant in the court in this particular case, and he's made a very interesting argument right now. And I think this, what he's saying in court, will have a huge ramification. He's saying he's moving. He's doing so only after your lordship's orders in the matter. Have captained India for 7 years, 100+ matches with vested interests. There's no chance for players like me to be a part of the administration. Not file this just to be the president myself, is what Baichung Bhutia is arguing. So Swapnil, this is not about FIFA ban alone. I think this is going to be something that will have a huge ramification on the way sports is run in India.
Well, absolutely, there is bound to be the case, and your guest team is trying to get me through Skype, but I just asked them to wait for 2 minutes till I finish my answer to you. So the thing is that Niranjan, this is Baichung Bhutia is absolutely right. I'm glad that he's come in, he's venting it out. He's saying it before the court as to what sort of politics takes place, what sort of vested interests go in, and I'm sure he'll be able to throw more light upon it, and I'm sure he must have done it through an affidavit of his. So this is something which is very good in that sense. But I look at it more in a larger perspective, that there have to be some observations by the Supreme Court, very scathing ones, that this should not be arriving to the Supreme Court's door at all, because this is a matter of sports. This needs to be resolved by people who act in the interests of the players, act in the interests of the nation. Otherwise, this becomes an extremely arduous, engagement of the Supreme Court's time, of the apex court's time, where more pressing issues are there before a court of law rather than dealing with this issue where, something of this nature occupies judicial time. As I was telling Rhythm, that this is something which does not behove well for the country, because there are 125 crore people who need to be having access to justice, and that too of the highest court, for more important matters. Rather than this is of course an important matter in its own way. There is no question about it, because sports is an integral part of this country. But the point is, it should not be of a nature which, takes away the mind and the attention of the court from that of more important matters. Anyway, now I'm coming live. So let's see.
Yeah, you come live, Swapnil. You just come live. Swapnil, you come live.
Yeah,
I'll just buy 2 minutes because I'm getting a breaking news update on Sanjay Raut.
Right.
I'll just give our viewers that breaking news update. The other big breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen, while we talk about the FIFA ban scandal, and you can go full frame to those details, because Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, has not got any relief. So that's the other big breaking news update. Sanjay Raut's judicial custody has been extended. Judicial custody has been extended for at least 2 more weeks. That's 5th of September. So Sanjay Raut will continue to stay in judicial custody till the 5th of September. And I think that's a big one in the Patra Chaul scam, in the case involving Sanjay Raut and the money laundering from the monies that were taken from the poorest of the poor to give them homes in Mumbai, and that money from a builder was diverted to Sanjay Raut's aid. The allegation by the Enforcement Directorate is that Sanjay Raut's family directly benefited, and that's the big breaking news update right now. Sanjay Raut's judicial custody has been extended. Staying with the live pictures on Republic, Sanjay Raut will stay in Arthur Road jail at least till the 5th of September. The investigation continues. All right, let's go back. Let's go back and get you the big breaking news update. Let's go back and get you the other big breaking news update. First up, on the FIFA ban scandal, a story that impacts all of us, because it is about the prestige of India. It is about India being recognized by the global footballing body, that's FIFA, and the ban on AIFF, and what's happening in the Supreme Court will impact India. It's about our nation, it's about our nation's prestige, it's about our nation's stake as a sports tournament hosting country. We were to host the Under-17 World Cup, and after the FIFA ban, now that's going to be a bit of a setback. And in the court right now, the hearing is underway. I'm going back to both Ridhavan and Bharadwaj and Swapnil also joining us on this broadcast as we stay with this broadcast. Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General, has said something very symbolic, something that Republic TV broke a few weeks back. The Solicitor General has said there may have been vested interests who may have played a role in India being banned by FIFA. And he was obviously hinting at what we've been reporting on, that there were people within, people perhaps who put their own post about the country. And that hearing is now underway. Swapnil is also live with us. We'll get Rhythm also live with us. The Solicitor General has referred to Baichung Bhutia's application while saying that he's a legend of the game. He's the Sachin Tendulkar of football, but may have ended up playing for vested interests inevitably. I'm not commenting on the contest, but the contents of his application. And the Solicitor General has said the COA's role is substantially over, and that's why I'd said that he can be an amicus and tell why COA rejected some suggestions. Can the elections be held tomorrow? Senior Advocate Gopal says no on the 28th, and that hearing continues. On the symbolism and the importance of this hearing, I'm going back to Swapnil Kothari. And this hearing could change the way India looks at the way sports bodies are run. Swapnil, this is one case that will involve India's prestige and whether or not we host the Under-17 World Cup, the Women's World Cup. It's a big deal for India.
Well, absolutely. Niranjan, the FIFA ban seems to me, from the facts and circumstances surrounding it and the very fact that Mr. Bhutia has come into the picture, seems to be very arbitrary. So I think if the Supreme Court wants to strike it down on the basis of arbitrariness, saying that it violates the equality clause of the Constitution of Article 14. Now, if that is the scenario that it arrives at, and that too, if the arguments put forth by the government are very, very strong in that sense, then I would believe that this would be a game changer as far as the Supreme Court's decision is concerned. But I think I would still want the Supreme Court to maybe, even if it passes a decisive order in this, rather than just giving directions, give some directions, make some observations, scathing observations at the same time, and say that this is just one-off instance where the Supreme Court has interfered, because I don't want every single other sports body to start approaching the Supreme Court at the slightest instance of politics or internal politics which takes place in any of the sports bodies, where some player starts coming out and saying that I'm one of the best batsmen in the world going to be, and I've been not asked to bat for India. So something of that sort, this could start opening up a floodgate of litigations before all courts, not only just the Supreme Court. And the people will not fight shy of approaching the Supreme Court under Article 32, saying that it's a violation of our fundamental right to livelihood. And fundamental rights violation can be appealed to straight to under Article 32, which itself is a fundamental right. So the point is, Niranjan, that this is something which will be a game changer. Even if the Supreme Court wants to hear this for the rest of the day, so be it. I would believe that it should not be hearing it for more than half an hour or an hour, but I believe that's the best time that you can give, because I'm sure there are other pressing matters. And then make some observations, give the operative part of the order today, and please make it very clear to the people at large that this is not something which India should like, especially when India is on the cusp of being a world power, or possibly is in many ways. So India needs to be allowed to host this Under-17 World Cup which you are talking about. And this FIFA ban is absolutely arbitrary, and we absolutely do not allow this, and we do not wish that this kind of a thing takes place in the future. And I'm glad that it's Justice Chandrachud who's also hearing this. So, he's one of those biggest custodians of fundamental rights. So I believe, this decision will have some sort of a bearing on the minds of the sports bodies as such, that the apex court has given us some direction. So Niranjan, I'm glad that the Republic TV is taking this also on this footing, the way you people take it, which is very important, because I do not see any other channel. No other channel has called me. No other channel is possibly even doing it the way you guys are doing it. So I'm glad that you are doing it, because this is an important matter which is there before the Supreme Court. Sometimes I fail to understand that why is it that other channels do not see it the way you see it. But any which ways, that's what makes you guys unique. Any which ways, coming back to the matter at hand, FIFA needs to pull up its socks and understand that this has gone to the Supreme Court, and maybe just say that, okay, we'll lift the ban and not waste judicial time at all further. This is too much. This is too much of a waste of time. It's extremely irritating for many, many litigants who are watching this Republic TV show today, saying that, look, this is what the Supreme Court is hearing. Where is my matter going to come up?
Okay, I'm just getting in some more breaking news updates right now. Some more breaking news updates, and I'm just reading out some of the updates that have just come in. Senior advocate Menika Guruswamy has said, we request a week because posts are being created, so we can push it back by 1 week, and fresh nominations can be notified by returning officers. The SG has read the list of prayers. SG has said the point is nobody is being prejudicially affected. Supreme Court has said yes for Baichung Bhutia. Baichung Bhutia's lawyer has argued in support of a new constitution for AIFF and 36-member Electoral College of Eminent Sportspersons. Bhatia urged the Supreme Court to finalize the draft constitution. Getting in more details, bench has also said please convey to the COA that it has not been said by the government. Gopal Shankar Narayanan has said what has transpired has been disturbing for the COA. The SC set up COA, which has been an extension for the court to doubt the COA, and saying it is a third-party interference, is doubting the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has said, how do we ensure that the tournament comes to India? Tell us the solution. To which Gopal Subramaniam has responded saying, we believe strongly that India's law gives 25%, which FIFA says no. Supreme Court says Justice Dave accepted, is as entrusted by us. If they're being targeted, then we are being targeted. And this is where the matter stands as of now. I'm going back to Swapnil on the manner in which this hearing is ongoing. And Swapnil, what are the different outcomes you're seeing as of this minute?
Well, Niranjan, it's very clear from Ms. Guruswamy's argument that she wants to buy time to ensure that this doesn't, come as some sort of a diktat or anything of that nature from the Supreme Court. Rather than we solve it out internally, let's draft the draft constitution. That's what Mr. Bhutia says. Menika Guruswamy says that let there be nominations, let there be proper procedure. So I believe this is something which she understands that needs to be more. So as I was saying, as part of an internal resolution problem rather than a court order. So I believe, I hope that the Supreme Court grants 1 week, because I don't see, heavens are not going to fall if this is delayed by 1 week. So I believe if that's the judgment, then I think we can get back again on the 29th of August and hear the whole thing out. And hopefully by that time, if the matter is resolved, then the Supreme Court just says that, okay, well, the matter is resolved, and then pass a few directions in, if it wants to, because I believe it should, so that such matters do not reach the door of the Supreme Court ever again.
Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do at this point is that we'll take a short break. Swapnil, stay with me. We'll take a short break and we'll come back. We'll take a short break, coming back with the details of what's going on in the Supreme Court. And we will come back with what the Supreme Court feels can be done at this point of time. It's a very important hearing, a critical hearing. While the political fight continues in the national capital, you know, people will hold news conferences back to back, and that will keep going on. It's been happening for the last 4 to 5 days. This is critical. What's happening right now is critical because it involves India's prestige and India's ability and to show off its prowess as a sports tournament hosting nation. Taking a short break, back with that big hearing in the Supreme Court. Swapnil, stay with us. Ritu will also be joining us live. Taking a short break.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at the Cincinnati Open. Maximilian Kiefer, on his 249th attempt, lifted his maiden DP World Tour title. Despite trailing by 4 shots going to the final day of the Czech Masters in Prague, Kiefer carded a near faultless round of 66 to finish 16 under par and held a 1-shot lead over Green, who was making his way around the last 2 holes. And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off the jobs over pay, raising fears of severe supply chain problems. More than 75 people have been killed, over 12,000 homes destroyed, and over 20,000 damaged by Sudan's seasonal downpours and floods. Drone footage from Al Jazeera province showed a village and surrounding area partially submerged by flood waters.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically.
आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई? सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए.
And here's a look at some news in brief. The BJP has called for a crucial meeting in Jammu today. According to sources, the meeting is being called to prepare a political strategy to counter the Gupkar Alliance's allegations, where the Gupkar Alliance has said that 25 new non-local voters are being added. Former Deputy Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and The BJP leader Kavindra Gupta has attacked the opposition parties and accused them of spreading misinformation about new voting rules. Backing the Election Commission's clarification, he said that the opposition is trying to mislead people. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy is to meet Prime Minister Modi in New Delhi at 10:15 this morning. According to sources, both shall discuss issues of projects that are related to the state. Notably, this development comes after the TDP and the YSRCP had backed the NDA during presidential and vice presidential elections. An office of the Congress was vandalized in Vijaypur in Karnataka after posters of V.D. Savarkar were pasted at the site by an unidentified person. The police have booked a case.
The fishermen community in the coast of Thiruvananthapuram, led by the Latin Catholic Church, is holding a massive protest demanding their livelihood issues are being addressed by the government, and so they are protesting at the under construction Adani port. Stay tuned to Republic TV as I bring you the latest update on the story after the break.
And in other international news, the first day of a planned strike at Britain's biggest container port started, joining a series of walkouts by transportation workers that have disrupted economic activity across the country. Almost 2,000 workers at the port of Felixstowe walked off the jobs over pay, raising fears of severe supply chain problems. More than 75 people have been killed, over 12,000 homes destroyed and over 20,000 damaged by Sudan's seasonal downpours and floods. Drone footage from Al Jazeera province showed a village and surrounding area partially submerged by flood waters.
A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwar. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwar in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious... It's a Republic Super exclusive. Government asked the top court to modify the FIFA order. Mega row over FIFA ban. Baichung Bhutia files an intervention plea. All eyes are now on the top court hearing. Raids, seizures and FIRs. Excise scam explodes as lookout circular is now issued against 8 accused. Silent on mega charges, Sisodia and Kejriwal now take off to Gujarat. Mystery over girl's death in the MP quarters in New Delhi. Big questions arise as the Congress party faces a massive backlash for the Savarkar insult. Posters are now posted outside the Congress headquarters in Vijaypur. As the Gupkar Alliance calls for a strategy meeting at 11 in Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP plans a counter-strategy meeting. Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister is set to meet Prime Minister Modi. Speculation as the meet comes days after Chandrababu Naidu's meeting. Good afternoon and welcome. You are watching Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We are cutting live across right now to what's happening in the Supreme Court. Do remember that the Supreme Court is hearing the matter even as we speak. This pertains, of course, to the ban of the Indian Footballing Federation by FIFA. All right, but before that, we are cutting across to a press conference that is being held by the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital.
इसके बावजूद भारतीय जनता पार्टी मनीष सिसोदिया जी को क्यों टारगेट बना रही है और क्या कारण है एक के बाद एक एजेंसियों के बारे में पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में धमकियां देते हैं, उनके प्रवक्ता टीवी डिबेट में लाइव सीबीआई और ईडी के नाम की धमकियां देते हैं, उनको डराया जाता है, फिर सीबीआई केस रजिस्टर करती है, केस रजिस्टर करने के अगले दिन 30 अफसर उनके घर पे छापा मारते हैं, पूरे दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता एक शिक्षा मंत्री के ऊपर इतना दबाव क्यों बना रहे हैं? भारतीय जनता पार्टी और प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय क्या चाहता है? आज मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से देश के लोगों को कुछ बताना चाहता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार क्या चाहती है? केंद्र सरकार चाहती है महंगाई बढ़ती रहे, कोई विपक्ष का आदमी आवाज ना उठाए, बेरोजगार युवा सड़कों पे घूमते रहें, कोई विपक्ष से केजरीवाल उठ के प्रधानमंत्री जी से सवाल ना कर ले। डॉलर की हालत वो हो गई है कि रुपया इतना बुरा कभी इतिहास में नहीं गिरा, मगर दिल्ली के फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर मनीष सिसोदिया पलटकर केंद्र सरकार से दिल्ली की और देश की इकोनॉमी के बारे में कोई सवाल ना पूछ लें। मोदी जी के कॉर्पोरेट मित्रों को 10 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए की राहत हो जाए मगर इस पे सवाल ना उठे, कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स कम हो जाए मगर विपक्ष चुप रहे। तो ये किस मोडस ऑपरेंडी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी काम करती है, मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण जो है देना चाहता हूं। और उसके सबसे बड़े उदाहरण हैं शुवेंदु अधिकारी, टीएमसी के नेता थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पूरा कैंपेन शारदा चिट स्कैम और शुवेंदु अधिकारी के खिलाफ था और कई महीने तक ये जो है पूरा का पूरा नैरेटिव भारतीय जनता पार्टी का चला। जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र में सरकार आई तो सीबीआई ने उनके खिलाफ केस रजिस्टर किया, छापेमारी की। 2017 में उनके ऊपर प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट पीएमएलए के अंदर भी केस रजिस्टर किया गया और ईडी ने छापेमारी की, इंटेरोगेशन हुई, फिर उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली। और जब से उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली, सारी की सारी इंटेरोगेशन, सारे के सारे उनके ऊपर आरोप अब खत्म हो गए। अब शुवेंदु अधिकारी जो उस वक्त बंगाल के सबसे बड़े भ्रष्टाचारी थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती थी, मैं नहीं कह रहा, आज वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बंगाल के लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है। एक और उदाहरण देता हूं, हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा। हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा अगस्त 2015 में से पहले कांग्रेस के नेता हुआ करते थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने असम में बाकायदा कैंपेन चलाया कई महीनों तक हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा के खिलाफ कि इन्होंने वाटर स्कैम के अंदर करोड़ों रुपए हड़प लिए हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बाकायदा बुकलेट निकाली हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा के नाम पे कि इनसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी कोई नहीं हो सकता, और पूरी कैंपेन हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा के खिलाफ थी। और यह मामला यहां तक बढ़ा कि अमेरिका की गवर्नमेंट ने भी इस मामले के अंदर केस दर्ज किया, और अमेरिका की गवर्नमेंट ने भी यह कहा कि इसके अंदर किसी मंत्री को पैसे दिए गए हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती थी कि वो मंत्री हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा हैं। और आज हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा असम में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री हैं। जिनके खिलाफ कैंपेन चलाया उनको आपने पार्टी ज्वाइन कराई, और अब वो आपके यहां मुख्यमंत्री हैं। मुकुल रॉय 2017 में 3 नवंबर 2017 में उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन की, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करने से पहले मुकुल रॉय बंगाल के सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी हुआ करते थे। शारदा चिट स्कैम और नड़ादा स्कैम के अंदर सबसे बड़े आरोपी की तरह भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इनके खिलाफ कैंपेन चलाया, इनके ऊपर मुकदमे किए गए, इनके और इनके साथ 12 टीएमसी के लोगों का स्टिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने रिलीज किया और खूब प्रचारित किया, और उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर ये शामिल हो गए। और जब ये शामिल हो गए तो इनके ऊपर सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन, सारी की सारी जो कार्रवाई है वो ठंडे बस्ते में चली गई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इनका नाम लेना भी बंद कर दिया। इसके बाद मैं उदाहरण दूंगा नारायण राणे, महाराष्ट्र के गद्दावर नेता नारायण राणे के ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आरोप लगाए, कैंपेन चलाया, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस ईडी ने दर्ज किया। उसके बाद इनके ऊपर एक जमीन घोटाले के अंदर बड़ा कैंपेन भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चलाया, और फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर आ गए, और ये सारे मामले जो है ठंडे बस्ते के अंदर चले गए। इस तरीके के मेरे पास 3 दर्जन मामले हैं। क्या तो वो मुकुल राय हो, क्या वो सुखराम जी के बेटे अनिल शर्मा हो, जिनके खिलाफ फर्स्ट टेलीकॉम स्कैम में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कई सालों तक कैंपेन चलाया, चाहे वो पेमा खुंडू हो, जिनको आज अरुणाचल प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया हुआ है, उनके और उनके साथ कई साथियों के ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कैंपेन चलाया कि वहां के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री ने जब सुसाइड किया था तो इनके बारे में कई बातें लिख के वो मरे थे, और इनके ऊपर कैंपेन चलाया। फिर ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हुए, और फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इनके बारे में कुछ भी कहना बंद कर दिया। इसके अलावा वैजयंत पांडा, मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग, वॉयलेशन ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इनके ऊपर आरोप लगाए। जब ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर 2019 में शामिल हो गए तो जांच ठंडे बस्ते में चली गई। पुरुषोत्तम सावरिया, इनके ऊपर गुजरात के अंदर इरिगेशन स्कैम में पूरा का पूरा कैंपेन चलाया, मुकदमे किए, दबाव बनाया। 2019 में इन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली, सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन ठंडे बस्ते में। शुभेंदु अधिकारी आपको बता चुका हूं, और इस तरीके से दर्जनों ऐसे बड़े बड़े नेता अलग अलग राज्यों में रहे हैं जिनके खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सेंट्रल लीडरशिप ने एक कैंपेन चलाया, ईडी और सीबीआई से मुकदमे दर्ज कराए, उनके घर और उनके साथियों पर छापे डलवाए, उनको बदनाम किया, और उसके बाद वो जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ गए तो वो दूध से नहाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वॉशिंग मशीन में धुलकर बिल्कुल साफ सुथरे बाहर निकले। ये आईना भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिखाना जरूरी है, और देश के लोगों को ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी किस तरीके से ऑपरेट करती है, अपने खिलाफ बोलने वालों के मुंह बंद कराने के लिए क्या करती है। आज दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री ने यह खुलासा किया कि उनके ऊपर जो सीबीआई की, ईडी की धरपकड़ हो रही है, उससे संबंधित उनको एक मैसेज आया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी से। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा है आप भाजपा में आ जाइए, आपके सारे केस हम सुलट लेंगे। सोचिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज किस हद तक गिर चुकी है। और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने क्या कहा, मुझे लगता है जिन लोगों ने मनीष सिसोदिया के नाम का मजाक उड़ाया, उनके नाम के साथ जुड़े हुए सिसोदिया शब्द का मजाक उड़ाया, उनको भी ये बहुत बड़ा करारा जवाब है। मनीष जी ने बोला जो सिसोदिया लिखा हुआ है ना, ये महाराणा प्रताप के वंश से आया है शब्द। हम वो सिसोदिया हैं जो अपनी गर्दन दे सकते हैं मगर गद्दारी नहीं कर सकते। तुम्हें जितने मुकदमे करने हैं कर लो, फांसी पे लटकाना है लटका देना। हम महाराणा प्रताप के राजपूत वंशज हैं, सर कटा देंगे मगर देश के दुश्मनों के साथ दोस्ती नहीं करेंगे, भ्रष्टाचारियों के साथ हाथ नहीं मिलाएंगे मनीष सिसोदिया। और आज इस पार्टी को, पूरी दिल्ली को मनीष सिसोदिया के ऊपर गर्व है। मुझे बहुत गर्व है इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को करते हुए कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को यहां तक कहा गया, बहुत कम लोग होंगे जो इतनी बड़ी चीज को ठुकरा सकें। उनको यह कहा गया कि हमारे पास दिल्ली के अंदर केजरीवाल के मुकाबले कोई चेहरा नहीं है। हमने कई चेहरे बदले, हर्षवर्धन लाए, मनोज तिवारी लाए, आदेश गुप्ता लाए, एक वो कौन थे वो जो मीटर वाले थे, उपाध्याय जी, सतीश उपाध्याय जी लाए, कई लोग लाए, कोई जम ही नहीं रहा। केजरीवाल के कद का कोई आदमी नहीं मिल रहा। आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री उम्मीदवार आपको बनाएंगे। आपकी अच्छी छवि है, लोग पसंद करते हैं, आपका बड़ा करियर है, आप आगे तक जा सकते हैं। उप मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा मैं महाराणा प्रताप का वंशज हूं। अरविंद केजरीवाल मेरे गुरु हैं, मेरे मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है, मेरे गुरु हैं। उनके साथ गद्दारी नहीं कर सकता। और मनीष सिसोदिया जी का सपना उन्होंने बताया कि मेरा सपना देश के हर बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा देना है। मेरा सपना मुख्यमंत्री बनने का सपना नहीं है। दोस्तों, आज देश को यह बताने की जरूरत है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी किस हद तक गिर चुकी है। किस हद तक 2014 से अब तक कई दर्जन बड़े बड़े नेताओं को डरा धमकाकर ये चुप कराते हैं या अपनी तरफ लेते हैं। और आज इसका खुलासा हमारी पार्टी के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने किया है। मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने एक ट्वीट भी किया है जिसमें उन्होंने जानकारी दी है। आपके पास कोई प्रश्न हो तो आप प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं।
ये ऑफर किसने दिया? आधार क्या है सर? को सबूत पेश करें। जो ऑफर आया बीजेपी कब आया, किसके बाद, कैसे यकीन करेंगे आपके इस दावे पर?
आपके पास तो यकीन करने के लिए बहुत सारे दावे हैं। हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा से लेकर मुकुल रॉय से लेकर मुकुल अधिकारी से लेकर पता नहीं इतनी लंबी लिस्ट है। आप पता करिए क्या तरीका है बीजेपी का, वही तरीका है। समय रहते हुए वो भी बताया जाएगा, वो भी वो बताएंगे, मगर तरीका वही है जो बाकी नेताओं के साथ जो तरीका है वो ही सेम मोडस ऑपरेंडी है, वो भी बताएंगे।
आज हुआ है,
ये मैंने नहीं पूछा कि उनसे कि आज हुआ है कल हुआ है, मगर ये मोडस ऑपरेंडी आज से नहीं चल रही है, 2014 से चल रही है।
किसी के माध्यम से
भाटी जी आप बहुत पूछ चुके हैं, उन्हें पूछने दीजिए।
क्या कोई कॉल आया है?
ये मेरी बातचीत हुई है मनीष जी से, इसके बारे में और जानकारी देंगे, मगर सेम मॉडस ऑपरेंडी से, सेम तरीके से इस चीज को बढ़ाया जा रहा है।
आपने तो एक आपने हिस्ट्री बता दी कि
जी जी जी,
लेकिन जो दावा मनीष सिसोदिया ने किया है उसके लिए तो कोई कॉल या मैसेज आना जरूरी है।
बिल्कुल मनीष जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। इस पूरी चर्चा के अंदर आगे भी आपको बताएंगे। पहली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं है दोस्तों, अभी तो कई प्रेस वार्ता करेंगे इसके ऊपर। पूरी जो पोल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वो खोली जाएगी। और ये सवाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी से जरूर पूछना मेरे दोस्तों कि ऐसा क्या हो जाता है कि जिसके खिलाफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैंपेन चलाती है, और आज तो सारी एजेंसीज भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधीन है, जब वो आदमी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर आ जाता है तो सारे केस ठंडे बस्ते के अंदर चले जाते हैं, सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन खत्म हो जाती है, सारी कैंपेन बंद हो जाती है।
सर, कितने विधायकों को साथ लाने का प्रस्ताव?
अब ये डिटेल जो है मुझे नहीं है, बट विधायक अगर आपको सरकार बनानी है, ये मेरा सिर्फ अपना आकलन है, 8 तो उनके पास है, 36 के लिए उनको 36-8।
दूसरा सर, क्या सीबीआई रेड के बाद ऐसा प्रस्ताव आया सिसोदिया जी के पास?
असल में क्या वो प्लेन में चढ़ गए, तो मेरी इस बारे में पूरी बात नहीं हुई है, वो गुजरात पहुंच रहे हैं, मगर ये मोडस ऑपरेंडी सेम है।
नहीं, तो अगर इतना बड़ा कोई ऑफर है तो फिर बीजेपी के उस नेता को एक्सपोज करने में आम
कर तो दिया, आज हमने पूरा एक्सपोज कर दिया, सब करेंगे धीरे धीरे, सब करेंगे। हम तो आपको कह रहे हैं ना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी से पूछिए आप कि आपने इतनी बड़ी कैंपेन चलाई हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा के खिलाफ, क्या हुआ? सारे केस खत्म क्यों हो गए? मुकुल रॉय के पास क्या हुआ? शुभेंदु अधिकारी का क्या हुआ? इन सब का क्यों ऐसा हुआ कि सीबीआई ईडी जो स्वतंत्र है, इंडिपेंडेंट है, अपने हिसाब से काम करती है, जैसे ही कोई भ्रष्टाचारी जिसके ऊपर आरोप भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगाया, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आते हैं और सारा का सारा मामला ठंडा हो जाता है।
ऑफिशियली क्या ये चीज आम आदमी पार्टी,
राइट,
आपने कहा कि पॉपुलैरिटी बढ़ रही है आम आदमी पार्टी की, इसलिए ऐसा हो रहा है, लेकिन क्या इन सब से एलिगेशन जो सीरियस लगाए गए हैं, क्या वो कम हो जाते हैं, कम आ सकते हैं उस चीज को? क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं, एलिगेशन तो पहले दिन से ही नॉन सीरियस है, एक भी एलिगेशन ऐसा नहीं है जिसके अंदर कोई आपने बताया हो कि साहब ऐसा हो गया। जो भी 2-3 एलिगेशन है, सारे के सारे प्रोसेस के अंदर, सारे की सारी वो चीजें हैं जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रेलवे मिनिस्ट्री करती आई है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी करती आई है। कोरोना में लॉकडाउन के समय कंसेशन इन्होंने भी दिए, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने भी दिए, तो इसमें भ्रष्टाचार कहां से आ गया? मतलब आप छोटे मोटे प्रोसेस की रेगुलरिटी को पॉइंट आउट कर सकते हो कहीं पे, मगर आप ये कहो कि इसके अंदर हजारों करोड़ का भ्रष्टाचार हो गया, वो तो है नहीं। अगर ये पॉलिसी किसी तरीके से फेल की गई और किसी को करोड़ों का फायदा पहुंचाया गया, तो वो उस वक्त के एलजी ने किया, उन्होंने पॉलिसी को हाँ करके एन मौके पे उसको पलटा है।
सर, भाजपा आम आदमी पार्टी के ऐसे ही सभी लीडर को क्यों टारगेट कर रही है जो पार्टी में 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 का हैसियत रखता है?
देखिए, हर जगह उन्होंने ऐसे ही किया है। असम के अंदर उन्होंने हेमंत बिस्व शर्मा को टारगेट किया, जिनको नॉर्थ ईस्ट का अमित शाह माना जाता था, बहुत बड़े नेता थे। टीएमसी के मुकुल रॉय और ये अधिकारी शुभेंदु अधिकारी, ये बहुत बड़े कद के नेता थे, ठीक है। अब आप ये कहेंगे कि ममता बनर्जी कोई ना आ जाएगी उनकी पार्टी में, नंबर 2, नंबर 3 उसी को टारगेट किया जाता है और उसी के ऊपर पूरा दबाव बना के कोशिश की जाती है कि हमारी पार्टी का खाता तो खुले। ये मोडस ऑपरेंडी है। किनके खिलाफ हो? देखिए, जांच की शुरुआत ही सीबीआई को एलजी साहब के उस फैसले से करनी चाहिए जिसके अंदर पहले उन्होंने कहा कि दिल्ली के 100% एरिया के अंदर इतनी दुकानें खुलेंगी, और बाद में उसमें उन्होंने 40% एरिया हटा दिया और बोला कि बाकी 60 में खुलेंगी। उससे जिन भी ठेकेदारों ने, जिन भी लाइसेंसीज ने अपनी बिड डाली थी, वो लोग हाईकोर्ट गए, करीब आधा दर्जन पिटीशन हाईकोर्ट ने डिसाइड किए। हाईकोर्ट का आदेश हुआ सरकार को कि आप इनके पैसे वापस कीजिए। सरकार को 30% फीस वापस करनी पड़ी और पॉलिसी के अंदर सरकार के रेवेन्यू के अंदर घटना जो है वो शुरू हो गया। ये सब मैटर ऑफ रिकॉर्ड है, हाई कोर्ट के अंदर ये चीजें डिसाइडेड है। और कुछ? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके। बहुत
Right, so that was the press conference that was held by the Aam Aadmi Party over the charges that have been laid at the doorstep of Manish Sisodia. A quick look at what else is making news this morning. The Delhi police have issued a statement over the girl's death at the MP quarters. The police says that they believe it could be a case of suicide. The family of the girl, however, do not believe the girl could have committed suicide. Another video of an assault by a woman has surfaced from Madhya Pradesh, where a woman was seen assaulting an auto rickshaw driver in the state of intoxication. The police reportedly did not intervene in the altercation. At least 8 workers of the Congress party have been booked for burning posters of V.D. Savarkar in Dharwad. Reacting to this incident, Karnataka's Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has said that ideologies ought to be fought ideologically. The arrest came following a protest by the BJP in the Bajrang Dal in Dharwad in response to a poster of Savarkar being burnt. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price, along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra, amongst others, have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games.
We're cutting across to visuals that we are now getting of the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy meeting the Prime Minister. Do remember that he is on a visit to Delhi and he's met various senior leaders. These pictures on your screen are of Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy meeting the Prime Minister. Now, this of course is being looked upon as extremely important because do remember it comes right at the backdrop of Chandrababu Naidu actually meeting the Prime Minister. What we are given to understand is that several projects related to the state were discussed at this meeting that took place. So those are pictures that we are bringing to you of the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister meeting the Prime Minister in New Delhi. Speculation, of course, is once again rife whether the YSRCP could be joining the NDA government at the centre or not. So, amid those speculations, this meeting is taking place in the national capital. Aneri is reporting live on this. She joins me now. Aneri, give us a sense of what perhaps could have been discussed at this meeting. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of talk since it comes right at the back of that meeting with Chandrababu Naidu.
Well, that's right. Now, this meeting of Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes at the time when we have been seeing that there are a lot of speculations of TDP and TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu's meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Just few days back, we had seen that, and also the TDP has supported NDA during the presidential and vice presidential polls. So definitely a lot of speculations of Jagan Mohan Reddy also meeting Prime Minister Modi in the national capital. Well, apart from the political scenario which we are looking at, now we also see that the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister is discussing and had held talks with Prime Minister over issues related to states in regard with the release of funds and various projects for the state of Andhra Pradesh, which has been a repeated request from the Andhra Pradesh government to release funds from the central government, especially for the Polavaram project. But now when we talk about the political scenario which we are looking at, definitely a lot of eyebrows being raised over what would be the next move, either from the NDA's side or from the TDP and the YSRCP side. So all eyes on the political move as well in the state of Andhra Pradesh, because Andhra Pradesh will also be the one state which will be going in polls in 2024.
All right. Aneri reporting on that. Thank you for joining us. So as Aneri is pointing out, this is a meeting that has brought to focus perhaps whether the NDA is looking for newer allies. We'll get you more details when we return. Those pictures on your screen are of that meeting. Farmers have called for an agitation in Delhi as their demands for a minimum support price along with the resignation of the Union Minister Ajay Mishra amongst others have led to several farmers gathering at the capital in order to protest at Jantar Mantar. Police personnel have been deployed across the border ahead of gathering. A first-year MBBS student died under suspicious circumstances in Uttar Pradesh's University of Medical Sciences in Safai. The deceased student's parents believe that fellow students and wardens were complicit in his death. An IED weighing approximately 10 to 12 kgs has been recovered from the area of Behgund in Tral. The police and the army were called in to detonate the explosive at the site, with a major incident being averted in Jammu and Kashmir. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
And in other sports news, a frustrated Thomas Tuchel insisted that Chelsea only had themselves to blame as they slumped to a 3-0 loss to Leeds. Unbeaten Leeds are third in the Premier League table, while Chelsea are 12th with 4 points from 3 games. Fourth-seeded Stefanos Tsitsipas of Greece proved his dance moves after he defeated the world number 1 Daniil Medvedev of Russia to reach the finals at
It's a Republic TV super exclusive. The government asks the top court to modify its FIFA order. Mega row over the FIFA ban. All eyes are now on the top court hearing. Silent on charges, Sisodia and Kejriwal now take off to Gujarat. Liquor scam explodes. War of words continues after accused Sisodia. Now the Aam Aadmi Party says Sisodia asked to join the BJP. There is no relief for arrested Sena leader as he's now packed off till September 5th. As the Congress faces a massive backlash for Savarkar insult, Savarkar protesters now pasted outside the Congress's office in Vijaypur. Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister meets Prime Minister Modi. Speculation as the meeting comes days after the meeting with Chandrababu Naidu. News just coming in, the Supreme Court has issued a notice and has sought a reply from the state of Gujarat on the bail plea that has been filed by Teesta Setalvad. The Supreme Court has fixed the next date of hearing as the 25th of August. Priyanka is on the phone line. She has more details on this. Good afternoon, Priyanka. Take us through what we're learning.
But absolutely, Nupur, this is a case that had been in too much controversy from the very beginning of also the reply that has been filed by the SIT in the Sessions Court in Ahmedabad that has also been reflected in the bail matter of Teesta Setalvad. But now, of course, in the Supreme Court hearing today, the petition filed by Teesta Setalvad, in fact, seeking bail in the case of the alleged fabrication of evidence, that is the fabrication of the evidence of the 2002 probe that was being conducted into this entire matter. The allegations on her were that she was fabricating the evidence, she was directing the witnesses, there were fabricated statements that were taken from the witnesses as well, and all of that has been heard in the Sessions Court of Ahmedabad as well. And now in the Supreme Court, we are seeing that the government of Gujarat has been asked to file a reply in this entire matter with respect to the bail plea that has been filed by Teesta Setalvad. In fact, the date for the next hearing, what we are learning, is on 25th of August, as you pointed out. But just to recap on this entire matter that had been going on, the legal arguments that have been presented from the side of the SIT stating that the bail should not be given to Teesta Setalvad, since she is somebody who is very influential as such, and also that there are allegations against Congress leadership that had been in cahoots with Teesta Setalvad, and that is why they fear that if she is out on bail, there will be some kind of impediment that she will prove to be in the investigation, and that is why they do not want the bail to be given to Teesta Setalvad. But now, of course, we will have to wait and watch for the reply that is filed by the government.
Absolutely. So as Priyanka is pointing out, the 25th has been fixed as the next date for hearing. Thank you, Priyanka. And a protest is now taking place in Kerala. This protest, of course, is being led by the Catholic Church. And this protest is being carried out for the demand over rehabilitation of fishermen. Ashwin is reporting live from Thiruvananthapuram on this. Ashwin, give us more details about what the protesters are demanding. Ashwin? Ashwin, if you can hear us, give us more details about what these protesters are demanding. They're given to understand that the primary demand is rehabilitation. Ashwin, if you can hear me, I was earlier asking you, give us more details in terms of what these protesters are demanding. We are told that they are asking for fishermen's rehabilitation.
Yes, absolutely. There has been some key demands which has been kept by the fishermen community, and the protest has been led by the Latin Catholic Church. There are 7 key demands, which includes a scientific study of the coastal erosion taking place.
Has actually impacted their demand is that the Kerala must follow the Tamil Nadu model of providing subsidy. Apart from that, they also think that some of the post aspects that are going on, there has been lots of homes that have been destroyed.
There has been a lot of homes which have been destroyed, and there has been no fair compensation that has been provided by the state government. We did ask the protesting Latin Catholic priest also whether they are against the port itself. They said no, they just want scientific study to be done for before commencing the construction of this port, and that it should not adversely affect the lives of the coastal people living in Kerala. So these are the key demands which has been met, which has been asked by the fishermen community, and that is the reason for the protest at Vizhinjam. Back to you.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, at the heart of it is rehabilitation. Now give us also a sense of the security that has been put around this place.
What was witnessed over here just a while ago was quite dramatic. About 5,000 fishermen had seized the port location. The port is under construction at Vizhinjam, and this particular port, both from the land side as well as from the sea side, there were hundreds and thousands of fishermen who gathered over here. They seized the port. There were about 500 policemen which were barricading this, but the police didn't use any kind of force on these protesters. They allowed the number of all these fishermen to go inside the protected area of this port as well, and then they also allowed the protesters to take this protest to the coast where we are in. So even from the land side as well as from the sea side, there were protesters. There were a lot of fishermen on their boats also who had come over here demanding that the state government meets with the 7 demands which they have kept, and if it is not met, they will continue with the stir. Back to you.
All right, Ashwin reporting on that protest from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you for joining us. So as Ashwin was pointing out, this protest, of course, is over a port construction in Thiruvananthapuram. Well, in fact, after the Election Commission's announcement that electoral rolls in Jammu and Kashmir are being revised, the Gupkar Alliance is meeting the Gupkar Alliance, of course, has said that non-locals are being added to the election rolls, and thereafter, of course, these are pictures of that Gupkar Alliance meeting that is taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, even as this meeting happens, we are told that the BJP will also be meeting to strategize in terms of how to deal with this allegation that is coming in from the Gupkar Alliance. To remember that there is controversy brewing over the revision of election rolls. The BJP, of course, says that this is just the addition of new voters who've turned 18 after 2007. 17, I beg your pardon. So pictures on your screen are of leaders of the Gupkar Alliance meeting. Zeenat is reporting on it. She joins me live now. Zeenat, there's considerable controversy that's brewing over the revision of electoral rolls, and the Gupkar Alliance, of course, saying that this is being used to get non-locals into the voter list.
See, Nopur, as far as the leaders of the political leaders of Jammu and Kashmir, maximum of they discredited the information that is being provided by the Jammu and Kashmir administration as far as the process of electoral roll is concerned, although there has been an advertisement according to which the government has made the quite clear things. The government says that the misinterpretation has been done as far as the CEO's statement is concerned, and now we are seeing the all-party meeting which is headed by Dr. Farooq Abdullah, and the meeting is going on here at Dr. Farooq Abdullah's residence, and this time the meeting is attended not only by the PDP but also the other ANC. We see the leaders from the Congress, JDU is also on its way, and similarly the Shiv Sena unit has also joined this all-party meeting, because most of the leaders who talk to us say that BJP is only wants to destroy the constitution of the country, and we need to save the country, and for which anything can be done, and we all will come together to fight the evil designs of the BJP. As far as the PC chairman Sajjad Ghani Loan is concerned, he is not attending.
Well, we are cutting across to the latest that we are getting in terms of the Supreme Court's hearing that is being conducted over the AIFF's ban by FIFA. Now, we are learning that the Supreme Court has observed that the centre is already engaging with FIFA. Do remember that the Sports Ministry has been in regular touch with FIFA. We are also given to understand that the Supreme Court has mentioned in its order that the Solicitor General has listed FIFA's concerns on the AIFF. Also, we are given to understand that this that the court is now pronouncing its order. Niranjan is on the phone line with me. Niranjan, can give us more details as to what the court is saying?
Yeah, just getting in some breaking news updates. What we'll do right now is the Supreme Court order is being dictated right now. The order is being dictated as we speak, so we should be able to get some more details in a short while from now. But as of now, the Supreme Court, while dictating the order, has just observed that the government is entering discussions with FIFA, and they're also taking note of the fact that a meeting took place on the 18th of August, and Solicitor General, Supreme Court, while dictating its order, has observed that the Solicitor General has submitted that FIFA has following concerns that the administration should be conducted by an elected body, and as we speak, I'm going to go across to Rhythm. I think Rhythm should be able to come on the phone line with us. We go across to Rhythm as well, and I'm going to go across to her. The whole point of this hearing, and we should be able to get some idea. Supreme Court is dictating the order, and Samba, who's inside the Supreme Court, has just confirmed that the Supreme Court is saying, apart from 17 members, there should be 6 sports members who would be opted to EC with voting rights. The co-option is proposed. It has been submitted, and the process of election has been conducted till filing of nomination. This is a big update. Just getting in some breaking news right now. Supreme Court, while reading out the order, has just observed that apart from 17 members, there should be 6 sports members who would be opted to EC with voting rights, and the co-option is proposed. It has been submitted that the process of election has been conducted till the filing of the nomination. So inside the courtroom right now, the court is listing the details, and there is a big update right now. And the Supreme Court has said that the Electoral College should be composed of representatives of states. A big order, in fact, a big order by the Supreme Court. I'm going to Swapnil Kothari as well. A big order by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has said the Electoral College should be composed of representatives of states, and independent electoral committee should oversee the elections to a new executive committee. And they're also saying that the Electoral College should be composed of representatives of states. The AIFF constitution should be revised in accordance with FIFA, and elections should be held early. Big breakthrough. In fact, let's put the lines out. I'm giving out the details. Big breakthrough as the Supreme Court hears the FIFA ban scandal. I'm going to get Rhythm as well on the phone line. Let's go across to her. Supreme Court has said there should be elections in accordance. AIFF constitution should be revised in accordance with FIFA. Swapnil, it's a big one.
Yes, absolutely, Ranjan. There is no question about it that this is a great order. The Supreme Court is trying to remove all sorts of biases and arbitrariness as far as administration of any sports body is concerned, and it is ensuring that there is meritocracy that prevails at the end of the day. So the likes of greats of Baichung Bhutia do not have to come knocking at the doors of the courts trying to ventilate their grievances before a court of law. They would just be well within their place to go before the sports body, and the sports body comprising of objective people would be able to hear them objectively and pass appropriate orders in that regard. So the Supreme Court has ensured that the FIFA ban in some form is absolutely arbitrary. So obviously this would be modified, and the sports in this country would get a new fillip. And also at the same time, it is ensuring that the AIFF constitution ought to be revised for the simple reason that it brings in the elected members and ensures a more democratic process. So Niranjan, I'm glad that this hearing, as I said, should get over within half an hour or so, and it has gotten over, and the operative part has been given, and obviously a detailed order will follow within a few days, unless if they just want to give a small detailed order, it's a different thing. But I believe if they're dictating the whole order or just the operative part of the order, be that as it may, it's a great order, and I'm happy that you people have covered it the way it needs to. I repeat that, and you will see me repeating this because I believe that this is very important for the people of this country to know, because sports occupies a center stage, especially after the chess Olympiad, which got a great amount of fillip and boost not only just the sports part but also the game of chess. I'm a professional chess player myself, so I'm very happy about that, but I'm very happy that the other sports is also getting another sort of a fillip as far as this is concerned, Niranjan. So this is a great order. I would love to read this order in detail when it comes out.
Breaking news update: Supreme Court ने AIFF का चुनाव एक हफ्ते में होना चाहिए. So that's a big news break. AIFF has been asked to hold elections within 1 week. Elections within the next 1 week. So I think that's a breakthrough. They're going all out. They're going all out to ensure that the elections are held at the earliest. Supreme Court for elections to be held at the earliest. I think this has worked out fantastically for India and India's prestige to hold that big sporting event in India. I think this is going to have a huge ramifications.
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. There is no question that this is going to have great amount of ramification, not only in the FIFA body, but also across the sports committees, saying that there have to be elected members from the states. So there is adequate state representation so that no particular state is left out and no particular individual of that particular state, if that individual is a superstar, say like Baichung Bhutia, also feels that his state will represent his cases rather than he himself having to come across to the Supreme Court. So this is something which is very, very good. The Supreme Court is ensuring a more of a demographic representation across in the sports body so that the politics of any such state is left aside and not left at the arbitrariness of only a particular body, which then represents, if you've noticed, if you remember during cricketing selection also, Kapil Dev had a great amount of umbrage at the fact that the selection was being made arbitrarily when he was selected, and saying that a lot of others, people from the north were not selected and some people from the south were being selected or from the west were being selected. So even he was saying at that time, obviously that came to a not much after years of deliberation and after ensuring that the more meritocratic people get into the cricketing body, and that's why India remains, and the BCCI is the richest body in the country, rather in the whole of Asia, I believe, or in the world possibly, as far as the cricketing body is concerned. And not only that, but also we have possibly the best, by far the best team of cricket. So this will percolate down to all the other states and all the other sports bodies, ensuring that sports is adequately represented, so that not only the male part, even the female part tomorrow is taken, so that the movies like Shabash Mittu, get a great amount of leverage also, so that women get to represent and are not scoffed at the fact that they are playing cricket or playing something which was virtually more of a men's bastion. So, or a male bastion, to put it that way. So this is a great order in that sense. As I said, I would like to read the order in detail, Niranjan, but this is something which is very, very good, and it is asking for early elections. So it is ensuring, in a way, that it is going to take place under the tutelage or under the sort of an umbrella of the Supreme Court as such, though not officially, because obviously if the elections are not held within a week, then the aggrieved party will come to the Supreme Court and say that your order is being flouted and it's being a contempt of court. So this is something which is very, very excellent, very great for the nation as such, and not only for the nation, but even for the nation to be one of those sports superstar nations which we have so much talent and we've not been able to showcase it so far to the world. But this is one of those orders which is implementing, and I hope that none of this ever comes through to the Supreme Court ever again, so that more so the judicial time is spent in addressing the careers, the cases which are in arrears, and also more important cases which should hold or which should take time of the Supreme Court.
Yes, this is going to be a massive one. In fact, Accusations, our reporter inside the Supreme Court, is just breaking the story. Swapnil and Nupur. Supreme Court ने कहा AIFF के जनरल सेक्रेटरी जनरल रोजाना का कामकाज देखेंगे. Supreme Court ने COA को भंग किया. Does that mean that they've disbanded the COA? Does that mean they've disbanded the COA? Tell me if I'm correct. Okay, the COA is disbanded. AIFF COA is disbanded. So there's complete revamp. So I think it's safe to say, Swapnil, that they've gone for a complete revamp of India's footballing body.
Well, absolutely.
This is huge.
Nupur, right. Nupur, I believe that is a very clear indication from the Supreme Court. It's in a very tacit way that the Supreme Court has said that the organization has not functioned effectively the way as it has been constituted. So obviously there needs to be a reconstitution of that. So let's disband it the way it is and let's start afresh. So the writing is very much there on the wall. It's a very simple way of saying.
And they have said that it has to be as per the FIFA. The constitution should be as per the FIFA. Requirements, which makes it even more symbolic, significant, making it at par with global norms, global standards. And I think this is exactly what FIFA also would have wanted. I don't know whether this amounts to intervention or the FIFA would be happy with what's happening here.
Well, Niranjan, I don't think FIFA has got any say as far as this is concerned. Even if it does not like the order, it has to go by what it is. That is the order of the Supreme Court, and that's what they have to abide by. Whether they like it or not, they may approach the Supreme Court within a week or two, saying that, look, let's revise this order a little bit because we're not happy with this or that. Let's tweak it a little bit. But I don't think the Supreme Court will be in any mood to entertain any such review petitions on that matter or any modifications of this order, because I think the Supreme Court has heard it effectively enough, and the FIFA will have to be first of all rectify its own course of passing this arbitrary ban. So obviously they will be on a very, very weak wicket even if they were to approach the Supreme Court again for a tweaking of the order if they do not like some aspect of it. But I think they are they would be well advised by the lawyers to keep shut and just go ahead with what the Supreme Court has ordered and just let this matter rest now, for the simple reason that the sports has emerged victorious and not the politics behind the sports. So that is what I am happy about.
Mr. Kothari, at the heart of this, of course, is the Under-17 World Cup for women that takes place in India in October. And FIFA, of course, had written a letter to the government making extremely clear that they would like the AIFF to continue managing the affairs of, when it comes to that World Cup. Until then, what we understand was that they had withdrawn the accreditation of the AIFF. So how do you see this order in terms of the World Cup that's going to be held in October? Do you perhaps think that this is the Supreme Court's attempt to make sure that it does go ahead? Because if FIFA withdraws that accreditation, the World Cup cannot take place in India.
Well, I think FIFA would be well advised that this is just the initial start to that. They need to withdraw that. They need to withdraw that ban, as simple as that. Otherwise, I see another application of, to the Supreme Court asking for the ban to be lifted. So this is a clear indication that the FIFA would be well advised by the lawyers to go ahead and save time, save judicial time, and not rest and dwell upon its own ego, saying that our ban was appropriate and all of those things. So I believe this is a clear indication, Nopur, that from the Supreme Court saying that, look, we are all, passing an order within the precincts or within the purview of what has been applied for to us. Although under Article 141, we can go beyond the parameters of the application and pass an order that we deem fit in the interest of justice, but we're not doing that because the Supreme Court does not invoke Article 141, very periodically. It does so in very selective cases. So as far as this is concerned, the Supreme Court has given rather a direct indication, I wouldn't even say subtle, but a direct indication to the FIFA that, look, your ban was absolutely inappropriate. I think India needs to be there on the center stage. So Nupur, as you rightly pointed out, that all of those things the FIFA would have to bear in mind. Otherwise, I'm sure there is another, scathing attack coming from the Supreme Court, more so in the near future, directly then to them. Because I believe that anybody who wants to host World Cup will approach the Supreme Court as far as lifting of the ban is concerned, if FIFA does not do so after looking at the orders of the Supreme Court today, because the indication is very clear that somewhere the Supreme Court feels that the ban is not appropriate or was not appropriate. So, Nupur, this is a very, very clear indication by the Supreme Court, and the speed with which it has heard the arguments and passed an order is clearly indicative of the definitive.
Just to interrupt you for a second, Mr. Kothari, we are given to understand that the Supreme Court has said that the order is being passed in the hope that FIFA will revoke the suspension of the AIFF and the Under-17 Women's World Cup. It will be held in India. Now, in case the desired result is not achieved, the court will consider further orders. So would you say then, Mr. Kothari, that this is perhaps an interim order that's coming in?
This is a very, very direct warning to the FIFA body that please do it. Otherwise, we are right there. We'll come out on our own and we'll literally lift that ban ourselves, because we have the powers to do so under Article 141, as I said. We can do it suo motu. We do not have to wait for anybody applying for this, because we believe India needs to be on the center stage. So as I rightly told you before in my previous bite, just before you read this out, so it's right there in front of you, what I just told you. It's a very clear indication.
Another breaking news update, Swapnil. Supreme Court has said COA shall cease to exist after the Secretary General takes over, and the returning officer shall be deemed to be appointed by this court. The returning officer who will oversee the entire election at the AIFF, India's sporting body, the returning officer will be appointed by the Supreme Court. The day-to-day management shall be looked after by the AIF administration led by the Secretary General. So that's a big breaking news update. I'm going across to Rhythm as well. I'm going to get Rhythm also on the phone line, because this is a big shake-up. Big shake-up. Supreme Court has said that the order is being passed in the hope that FIFA will revoke the suspension of the AIFF, and the Under-17 World Cup will be held in India. So the Supreme Court essentially right now paving the way for the Under-17 World Cup to be held in India. There is a BJP news conference, but I want to go across to N. Biren Singh, the Chief Minister of Manipur. I'll get in his point of view and then we'll come across. Mr. Biren Singh, Supreme Court has said the COA elections will take place, it will cease to exist, and the Secretary General will take over. They want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost. The COA stands resolved. It's a big win for sports in India, sir. Mr. Singh, can you hear me, sir? Good afternoon.
Hello.
Mr. Singh, can you hear me? Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Biren Singh.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. The Supreme Court has dissolved the COA of the AIFF. They have dissolved it, and they have said that elections will take place within 1 week, and they hope that after the election is held according to the FIFA regulations, the World Cup will be held in India and the suspension is lifted. Can I get your response, sir? Supreme Court has basically gone all out. Mr. Biren Singh.
Thank you, Republic, for just giving me some time to say something. I would like to appreciate Honorable Supreme Court for timely decisions and for the perfect decision in the larger interest of the football in India. And it will definitely encourage the football lover in India. And once the elections will be also held within the 7 days. And it will be streamlined AIFF also. I really congratulate the Honorable Supreme Court and salute them.
Now, one more big takeaway, sir. Mr. Biren Singh, the Supreme Court has said that they're giving a decision in the interest of the country and in the interest of Indian football. They have also said preliminary findings of the forensic audit of AIFF funds will be looked into by the Sports Ministry under the central government, which will take action in accordance with the law. So are you hoping that this cleanup will be complete this time?
Exactly. Honorable Supreme Court also keeping trust on the present government under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That is the reason why they are interested to investigate the involvement of illegal, the money, misuse of funds, this and that. So I really thank the Supreme Court orders and I salute them.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Biren Singh. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Biren Singh. The first reaction coming in from the Manipur Chief Minister, and Biren Singh, a footballer himself, and has been speaking on this issue, hoping for a cleanup of Indian football, and that's exactly what has happened. Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done, keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost. Simple. All the politics aside, they have said what FIFA wants is a constitution of Indian football according to FIFA norms. That will be done. Elections will be held, and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All sporting bodies, all associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. Everybody will get to be a participant. They will all be stakeholders, and India is going all out to get the World Cup back, to revoke the suspension. Swapnil, I'll get one last word from you, Swapnil.
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. You hit the nail on the head. It's democracy that's going to prevail and not the politics. And in as much as FIFA representation or its points will be there, the Supreme Court will ensure, and I'm glad that it is going to ensure, that the entire election process is going to take place under its nose and its eyesight. So there the Supreme Court has clearly indicated that, look, there is no case or any question of any hanky-panky even here after our order. We are going to see to it right there at the end of the elections that they take place under our surveillance. So there is no question, Niranjan, that the Supreme Court is not cutting any ice at all, or is rather leaving no stone unturned to ensure that democracy prevails, because somewhere the Supreme Court, after looking at all of this, has felt, let me tell you that, and it may not have observed it very clearly, and it will not do so, but by the very fact that it's holding the elections under its own surveillance, it has possibly smelt a lot of dirt beneath it, and it sometimes possibly feels that if the Supreme Court were not to intervene, the sports will be completely killed. And not only the football sports, but even the other sports also will be affected similarly. So the Supreme Court is ensuring that as long as it is there, it is going to ensure that democracy and equality prevail across in all aspects of this country, including sports, where India is gaining a great amount of importance. So the elections, and this is something which I think the Republic TV should cover, Niranjan. I would suggest that you guys cover it, day by day as it happens, or week by week whenever these things happen, so that you are also bringing it before the public that as to exactly what is happening. rather than just reading it in the newspapers. I think the people would be well advised, would be happy if Republic TV were to cover these aspects, albeit say 15 minutes or 20 minutes, as and when this happens, next week or the week whenever the election process takes place. So the people know exactly what has happened as far as this momentous decision is concerned, so that we are well informed. Republic being the leading channel today in disseminating true and correct information, so we do not have to depend on newspapers or other channels to get to have something of this importance, because this is going to affect sports of all the other sports in the country as well.
Thank you for that, Swapnil. Thank you for being with us in the course of another big hearing, one that affects all of us. The BJP news conference in Delhi on the liquor scam. Cutting across straight to that.
आपका अहंकार तो दिल्ली की जनता तोड़ रही है। ये सब अनर्गल बातें करना बंद करिए। और आपको अगर इस बात का अहंकार है कि आप भ्रष्टाचार करके जनता का जो रुपया है उसे लूट कर उत्तर भी नहीं देंगे, बहुत जिम्मेदारी से हम कहते हैं आपका अहंकार और गुरूर भी टूटेगा और यह सुनिश्चित किया जाएगा कि जनता का जो एक एक रुपया है उसकी वसूली हो। जो बड़ा खुलासा हम करेंगे, आप सब जानते हैं कि 24 घंटे की मोहलत कल दी गई थी कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, अगर आप ईमानदार हो, कट्टर ईमानदार हो, तो जो प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं उसका उत्तर दे दीजिए। जनता से आप आंखें नहीं मिला पाएंगे, लेकिन कम से कम प्रश्नों के उत्तर तो दीजिए। 24 घंटे पूरे हो गए, उत्तर में आया एक ट्वीट में फिर वही अनर्गल बातें। तो इसलिए हमने सोचा कि जनता के जो सवाल हैं पुनः आपके समक्ष रखें और ये दिखाएं कि ये छोटे भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं हैं, ये कीर्तिमान बना रहे हैं भ्रष्टाचार का। आबकारी नीति कैसी हो, इसकी एक कमेटी का गठन हुआ है और आज की प्रेस वार्ता में प्रमुख बिंदु यही रहेगा, कितने बड़े भ्रष्टाचारी हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया। सिफारिश हो रही है क्या और नीति ला रहे हैं क्या। और चुनौती दे के कहता हूं, अगले 24 घंटे में जो प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं हम लोग, जनता को यह जानने का हक है, ये जो आबकारी नीति आप सिफारिशों को अनदेखा करके लाए, लूट खसोट मचाने के लिए आपने ऐसा क्यों किया। तो आबकारी नीति कहती है, सिफारिश जो हुई, इस कमेटी में वरिष्ठ लोग सम्मिलित थे। पहले मैं बताऊंगा कि कमेटी की सिफारिश क्या थी। कमेटी ने कहा जो होलसेल का ठेका होगा L1, ये सरकार अपने पास रखे। और मैं पढ़ रहा हूं 1.1.1 एक वाक्य और अरविंद केजरीवाल का झूठ भी पकड़ा जाएगा और भ्रष्टाचार भी उजागर हो जाएगा। IMFL trade should be revamped by bringing the entire wholesale operations under one government entity. क्यों? जब सरकार की संस्था के तत्वाधान में होगा, पारदर्शिता भी रहेगी, घोटाला भी नहीं होगा, कार्टेल भी नहीं बनेगा और जो मुनाफा होगा वो मुनाफा राजकीय कोष में आएगा, जनता के लिए लगेगा। लेकिन किया क्या? सिफारिशें और जो नीति आई, सरकार में रहते हुए ये पहले मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया है जिनको सरकारी संस्थाओं से ही नफरत है। इन्होंने ये जो बड़ा कारोबार था, एक बड़ा घोटाला करने के लिए निजी लोगों को दे दिया। सरकार निजी, सरकार में पैसा जनता के पास, निजी में वापसी होके अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की तिजोरी में। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का कानून है, एक्साइज एक्ट है, जीएनसीटीडी एक्ट है। आपने इतना बड़ा उल्लंघन किया। जो सिफारिश थी उसका विपरीत करते हुए कोई टेंडर नहीं, कोई पब्लिक नोटिस नहीं। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय कहता है कि जो संसाधन सरकार के होंगे उसमें सम्मिलित होने का अवसर हर नागरिक को देना होगा। द स्टेट लार्जेस्ट has to be distributed in a manner which is most beneficial for the people of the country. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, मुझे पता है आप ये प्रेस वार्ता देख रहे हैं, आप निरुत्तर हैं। जनता ये पूछ रही है आपने क्यों नहीं कोई पब्लिक नोटिस दिया? क्या ये वाजिब सवाल नहीं है? और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जो कमीशन था उसको बढ़ाकर 12% कर दिया गया निजी व्यक्ति को। क्यों? यह पॉलिसी का कागज है। मैं समझता हूं यह सिफारिश है, सरकार की संस्था निजी। आपने कोई पब्लिक नोटिस नहीं दिया, टेंडर नहीं निकाला, क्योंकि आप चाहते थे कुछ चुने हुए विशेष व्यक्ति जो कि आपकी तिजोरी भरे उनको ही टेंडर दिया जाए। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जब कमीशन 2% थी उसको 12% करा, तो ये जो राजस्व का नुकसान हुआ इसकी भरपाई कौन करेगा? कट्टर बेईमान सत्येंद्र जैन, मनीष सिसोदिया, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ये तो बता दीजिए। इसके बाद यह सिफारिश की गई है। दूसरा जो बड़ा मुद्दा आता है, एक लाइन पढ़ूंगा और इसलिए पढ़ूंगा कि जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई बात रखती है तथ्यों के आधार पे, बड़ी ईमानदारी से, जनता की बुलंद आवाज बन के रखती है, और जो भ्रष्टाचारी होते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे लोग होते हैं, ये थर-थर कांपते हैं। मैं प्रमाण लेके आया हूं, सिफारिश हुई कि जिन व्यक्ति को रिटेल वेंडिंग का ठेका जाएगा वो लॉटरी सिस्टम से जाएगा। देयर शुड बी अ न्यू लॉटरी, इट इज रिकमेंडेड। और इसकी वजह भी वही है, जब लॉटरी होगी तो भाग लेने वालों की संख्या ज्यादा होगी, ज्यादा राजस्व आएगा। लेकिन किया क्या गया? पूरे दिल्ली क्षेत्र को 32 जोन में बांटा गया, लॉटरी नहीं की गई, और 16 ऐसे शराब के कारोबारी जो कि इनके साथ मिली भगत में इनको रुपया देंगे, उनका चयन करके हर किसी को 2 जोन दे दिए गए। अब यह बड़ा चिंताजनक है कि आप अपनी आबकारी नीति जो बनाते हैं उसमें सरकार के जो नुमाइंदे हैं उनका विवेक जरूरी नहीं है। जिनको भ्रष्टाचार करना है वो बता रहे हैं कि आबकारी नीति में ये वाला क्लॉज हमें पसंद नहीं है। 30 करोड़ रुपए का जो जुर्माना है उसको माफ कर दीजिए। 144 करोड़ रुपए जो देने हैं सरकार को उसको माफ कर दीजिए। ये तभी होता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, जिसको जनता ने जिम्मेदारी दी हो ईमानदारी से जनता की सेवा करने के लिए, वो खुद बेईमान हो जाए। और तीसरी बड़ी बात, ये बहुत अहम है, ये स्पष्ट था सिफारिशों में कि 10% जो है वो लाइसेंस फीस को बढ़ाया जाएगा रिन्यूअल पे। यहां पे और बड़ी एक लूट हुई। सिफारिश को आबकारी नीति में लाया गया और लिखा गया add 10% to account for year on year growth 10% of clause 6 में जो है उन्होंने बताया कैसे रेवेन्यू होगा। और इसके साथ उन्होंने कहा कि 10% बढ़नी चाहिए। लेकिन जब इसको लागू करने की बात आई, दबाव में आते हुए कहीं हमारी ये काली कमाई रुक ना जाए, ये 10% जो है वो लिया ही नहीं गया। इससे अनुमान है ये करीब 900 करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान राजस्व को हुआ है। 900 करोड़ रुपए केवल इस 10% जो बढ़ोतरी होनी थी रिन्यूअल पे फीस में, वो ना लेने से। अब ये सारी बातें कहते हुए मैं इतना ही कहूंगा, जैसा हमने कल भी कहा था, मनीष सिसोदिया जी कह रहे हैं 1 करोड़ का जो नंबर है वो एफआईआर में लिखा है। 1 करोड़ हो या 900 करोड़ हो या 9000 करोड़ हो या इससे भी ज्यादा बढ़कर हो, ये तो विवेचना का विषय है। दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा, सच्चाई सामने आएगी। और मनीष सिसोदिया जी, आप कहते हैं मैं झुकूंगा नहीं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी सर्टिफिकेट देते हैं ये कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। ये बात अलग है कि आजकल जिसको कट्टर ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल दे देते हैं तो वो जेल की सलाखों के पीछे जरूर जाता है। और यह भी बात स्पष्ट कर दें, अगर विवेचना पूरी तरह से हुई, सामने आई और आपका भ्रष्टाचार सामने आया, तो आप कानून के सामने झुकेंगे भी और आपका भ्रष्टाचार रुकेगा भी। गलतफहमी में मत रहिएगा। कानून और जांच एजेंसी अपना काम करेंगी, पूरी तत्परता से कर रही हैं। मैं 24 घंटे पुनः भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से आपको देता हूं इस चुनौती के साथ कि अगर आप कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, जैसा आप अपने आप को प्रमाणित करते हैं, बाहर निकल कर आइए और जो सवाल जनता के हैं उनका उत्तर जरूर दीजिए। और अगर आपको लगता है इन सभी गंभीर आरोपों का उत्तर न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स का आर्टिकल है और इश्तिहार का बजट बढ़ाकर टिम्बकटू टाइम्स में भी आप एक इश्तिहार दे के बच जाएंगे, तो ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है। सत्य बाहर आएगा जरूर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं प्रेम जी से कहूंगा कि आगे की कार्रवाई करें।
आदरणीय रमेश बिदुड़ी जी से आग्रह है कि आपको संबोधित करें।
मैं सभी का स्वागत पुनः एक बार करते हुए, गौरव जी ने जैसे कहा है, केवल उन तथ्यों की तरफ ध्यान ले जाना चाहता हूं कि जिन तथ्यों के आधार पर वो बार बार चीज को डाइवर्ट करके और विषय से भटकाना चाहते हैं, गलत स्टेटमेंट देकर गलत ट्वीट करने के बाद वो सोचते हैं कि दिल्ली वासियों का, देशवासियों का ध्यान डाइवर्ट हो जाएगा। क्या कह रहे होंगे वो लोग 80% जो कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार से 2G स्पेक्ट्रम से लेकर कोयल घोटाले से लेकर देश को बर्बाद किया 10 साल में कांग्रेस ने, उससे त्रस्त होकर लोग इनके ऊपर विश्वास करके इनके साथ लगे थे। उनकी आत्मा रो रही है। उन्होंने सरदार भगत सिंह, राजगुरु सुखदेव जी की तरह प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनना था। उन्होंने देश से दीमक की तरह चाटने वाले भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस को हटाकर इनके ऊपर विश्वास करके इनको दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की पहल दिल्ली के लोगों ने की थी। क्या उनकी आत्मा रो रही होगी अब कि जिनको इनकी तरह मुख्यमंत्री, मंत्री नहीं बनना था, सत्ता के लिए किसी स्तर तक भी जा सकते हैं, कभी सोचा नहीं होगा। वो आज लोग निश्चित रूप से इस बात को लेकर बहुत प्रताड़ित हो रहे होंगे कि विषय को बार बार, भ्रष्टाचार के नाम से आने वाला व्यक्ति विषय को बार बार इधर उधर करने के बाद अपने रफूगरों को सामने एक स्क्रिप्ट लिखकर और टेलीविजन के ऊपर रोज 2-3 रफूगर बैठ जाते हैं जो रफूगरी करनी शुरू कर देते हैं। कौन बीजेपी में आ रहा है, कौन बीजेपी से जा रहा है। अरे भाई, इधर उधर की बात ना करो। ये बताइए कि आपने जो कहा अभी गौरव जी ने, जैसे कि 1 करोड़ की बात हुई थी, कोई 8 करोड़ कह रहा है, 1100 करोड़ कह रहा है। आप उसमें प्राइमा फेसी पहले अभियुक्त है एफआईआर के अंदर, 15 लोगों का लेन देन, आप 15 लोग और एफआईआर में हैं। आपने जो ये अपनी जो कमेटी की रिपोर्ट आई थी, जो आपने लीकर पॉलिसी बनाई थी, उस पॉलिसी में ये भी विषय शामिल था जिसको आप खाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ये क्यों नहीं हुआ? आपने कहा हम इंडिविजुअल लोगों को लॉटरी के सिस्टम से द ओनली इंडिविजुअल कैन अप्लाई फॉर द लाइसेंस। तो आपने कार्टेल और इन बड़े बड़े लोगों को, इन कंपनियों को भगवती ट्रांसपोर्ट, नोवा गारमेंट, पाथवे टू रेफरेंडम देकर कहीं अपने दफ्तर में ना बुलाकर उनको नवाजा जा रहा था। उबराए में डील की जा रही थी। 32 जो जोन थे, हर जोन के अंदर, हर जोन के देने वाले व्यक्ति को जो 2-2 जोन के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिए गए, उनसे सीधा 3-3 करोड़ रुपया आपने लिया नहीं लिया, यह बताइए क्या रिश्तेदारी थी उन जोन के 16 जोनों से। और उसके बाद जो दुकानदार थे, उन दुकानदार से, जो रिटेल के दुकानदार, जब सीबीआई गहराई में जाएगी और पूछेगी तो जो रिटेल के दुकानदार जिस जोन में अलग दुकानदार थे, क्या आपके मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने आपसे केजरीवाल साहब बात करके
यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है पुलिस की तरफ से पहले रिक्वेस्ट भी की गई। पुलिस ने कहा कि जो कार्यकर्ता है ये देखिए आदेश गुप्ता, आगे बहुत भीड़ है, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आदेश गुप्ता से बात कर लेंगे। ये देखिए आदेश गुप्ता आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। आदेश गुप्ता ने ये सेकंड लेयर को भी तोड़ दिया है, और आदेश गुप्ता यहाँ से भी आगे बढ़ गए। अब देखिए अब ये पूरा जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो आगे बढ़ते हुए हम कोशिश करेंगे आदेश गुप्ता से बात करें। हालांकि अभी भी कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं को रोका जा रहा है, बैरिकेड लगा दी गई है। आदेश गुप्ता हालांकि उस तरफ जा चुके हैं और जो बाकी कार्यकर्ता हैं उनको यहाँ पर रोक दिया गया है। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर का घेराव करने के लिए दरअसल ये सभी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ से निकले हुए हैं, और फर्स्ट लेयर को तोड़ दिया गया है, सेकंड लेयर को तोड़ दिया गया है। कुछ कार्यकर्ता हालांकि यहीं पर रुक गए हैं, यहीं पर उनको रोक दिया गया है। लेकिन उस तरफ कुछ कार्यकर्ता जा चुके हैं, आदेश गुप्ता भी उस तरफ जा चुके हैं। अब देखना होगा अब तो इस तरफ धकेल दिया गया आदेश गुप्ता को भी, और पुलिस बार यही रिक्वेस्ट कर रही है कि आप लोग वहां पर नहीं जा सकते, लेकिन इस सब के बीच कार्यकर्ता आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो बेहद गंभीर मसला, सीबीआई की तरफ से एफआईआर भी दर्ज कर ली गई मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ। अब आबकारी नीति में जो घोटाला हुआ है उसको लेकर बीजेपी लगातार ये मांग कर रही है कि मनीष सिसोदिया इस्तीफा दे, मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त किया जाए। ये देखिए एक और कार्यकर्ता ऊपर चढ़ते हुए, और बैरिकेड के ऊपर ये सेकेंड लेयर की बैरिकेडिंग है और कोशिश यही कर रहे हैं कार्यकर्ता कि सेकेंड लेयर की बैरिकेडिंग को भी ढहा दिया जाए किसी भी तरीके से। और एक कार्यकर्ता, ये देखिए ये कार्यकर्ता वहां पर ये देखिए धकेल दिया गया कार्यकर्ता को, क्योंकि लगातार यही अपील की जा रही है। जो बीजेपी के बड़े नेता हैं वो यही कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किसी भी तरीके से जो ये तमाम जो इंतजाम किए गए हैं रोकने के लिए, प्रोटेस्ट को रोकने के लिए, उनको धता बताते हुए आगे बढ़ा जाए। इससे पहले भी अपील की गई थी कि जो फर्स्ट लेयर की बैरिकेडिंग है उसको तोड़ दिया जाए, और सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने तोड़ दिया। देखो एक और कार्यकर्ता है, देखिए एक और कार्यकर्ता को आगे बढ़ाते हुए, ये जो सभी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर मौजूद है बीजेपी के, वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनको उस तरफ भेज दिया जाए। और अब ये देखिए एक और कार्यकर्ता को उस तरफ भेजने की कोशिश, हालांकि पुलिस लगातार बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है, और कोशिश की जा रही है कि इनको, ये देखिए नारेबाजी हम लगातार आपको दिखा रहे हैं, नारेबाजी बीजेपी की मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ, केजरीवाल के खिलाफ, और यही मांग के बर्खास्त किया जाए। मनीष सिसोदिया क्यों पद पर बने हुए हैं? उप मुख्यमंत्री पद पर बने रहने का उनको कोई अधिकार नहीं है। इसके अलावा केजरीवाल के खिलाफ भी जमकर नारेबाजी की गई, और सीबीआई की तरफ से जो एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है, लुकआउट नोटिस मनीष सिसोदिया को जारी किया गया है, उसको लेकर बीजेपी मांग कर रही है कि मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त किया जाए। बेहद गंभीर मसला, लगातार काउंटर अटैक्स चल रहे हैं बीजेपी और आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी लगातार ये कह रही है कि हमें किसी का डर नहीं है, हमें एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करके फंसाने की कोशिश है, तो वहीं बीजेपी लगातार सवाल कर रही है कि आपने पुरानी नीति को वापस क्यों लिया? बताइए आपने पुरानी नीति को वापस क्यों लिया? आखिर कुछ गलत अगर नहीं किया था, जिस नीति को आप लगातार बेहतर बता रहे थे, उस नीति को आपको वापस क्यों लेना पड़ा? इसके अलावा बीजेपी लगातार ये कह रही है कि 144 करोड़ रुपए क्यों शराब कंपनियों को माफ किए गए? इसका जवाब आखिर क्यों सिसोदिया नहीं देते? क्योंकि लगातार बीजेपी कह रही है हम सवाल पूछते हैं शराब नीति पर, और सिसोदिया जवाब देते हैं शिक्षा नीति पर, स्वास्थ्य नीति पर। लेकिन सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है कि शिक्षा नीति और स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में किए गए कामों को लेकर क्या शराब नीति में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ उसको जस्टिफाई किया जा सकता है? इन तमाम सवालों के बीच अब बीजेपी लगातार प्रोटेस्ट करती हुई नजर आ रही है। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, अनुराग ठाकुर की तरफ से भी लगातार निशाना साधा गया, उन्होंने सवाल उठाया कि ये सिर्फ रेवड़ी की सरकार नहीं बल्कि बेवड़ी सरकार भी है। इसके अलावा बीजेपी के तमाम जो नेता हैं वो लगातार हमला बोल रहे हैं, खुद आदेश।
So the mega showdown in the capital over the liquor policy of the Aam Aadmi Party, the face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP becomes bigger. As you can see, those are BJP workers there in the national capital.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, has announced his plans to form a no political party in Gujarat called the Prajashakti Democratic Party. The leader said that people were fed up with the BJP, adding that the BJP is taking people of Gujarat for granted. A 46-year-old allegedly with a fake Indian citizenship in 2016 was arrested from Delhi by the Rajasthan police for allegedly spying for Pakistan. The person reportedly got Indian citizenship in 2016 and was working as a taxi driver in Delhi.
As political altercations grow around the posters of V.D. Savarkar in Karnataka, posters of V.D. Savarkar were seen pasted at an office of the Congress in Vijaypura. At least 8 to 10 photographs of the freedom fighter had been pasted by an unidentified person at the office. While the police is on a lookout for the person responsible for the act, personnel of the police were stationed at the Congress office. Altercations around the posters have grown on multiple occasions in the recent days. While one on the first incidents was reported from Shivamoga, altercations between the BJP and Congress were later reported at Tumakuru and Dharwad, with Congress leader Siddharamaya's convoy being attacked in one of the occasions. The Savarkar posters were removed by the police at the Vijaypura Congress office. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
He has called for a crucial meeting in Jammu today. According to sources, the meeting is being called to prepare a political strategy to counter the Gupkar Alliance's allegations, where the Gupkar Alliance has said that 25 new non-local voters are being added. Former Deputy Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and The BJP leader Kavindra Gupta has attacked the opposition parties and accused them of spreading misinformation about new voting rules. Backing the Election Commission's clarification, he said that the opposition is trying to mislead people.
अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो। इस तरह के पोस्टर लेकर ये कार्यकर्ता इस बस में बैठकर आगे बढ़ते हुए पुलिस यहाँ से इन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ से बिठा कर लगी। देखिए दूसरी बस भी देखिए, इधर दूसरी बस में भी कार्यकर्ताओं को भर लिया गया है। दूसरी बस में भी कार्यकर्ताओं को भर लिया गया है पुलिस की तरफ से। और अब यहाँ से इन कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ से ले जाते हुए तो सभी कार्यकर्ता प्रोटेस्ट करना चाह रहे थे, अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर पर जाना चाह रहे थे।
केजरीवाल चोर है, ये दीवाने जेल चले, कहाँ चले? लड़ेंगे, मजबूती से लड़ेंगे और जनता के आशीर्वाद से जीतेंगे भी। लेकिन जो आज सवाल है उसका उत्तर देते हैं। नीरज,
बहुत धन्यवाद।
एक नीरज जी का
आरोप लगा रही है कि गुजरात और हिमाचल में चुनाव है, उस वजह से ये ईडी और ये सरकारी एजेंसियों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है और ये जेल में हो।
देखिए, मैंने स्पष्ट किया अभी कि जो मुख्य बिंदु है वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का भ्रष्टाचार है और हम उसी पे रहेंगे। और ये राजनीतिक द्वेष की जो आप बात करते हैं, मैं पुनः कहूंगा, राजनीतिक द्वेष है। सत्येंद्र जैन 3 महीने से जेल में है, कट्टर ईमानदार थे। मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ जांच चल रही है। राहुल गांधी, सोनिया गांधी, राजनीतिक द्वेष है लेकिन बेल पे बाहर है। पी चिदम्बरम, कार्ति चिदम्बरम, राजनीतिक द्वेष है लेकिन मामला रद्द नहीं हुआ। और तमाम ऐसे उदाहरण, ये कुछ नहीं है, ये केवल एक संकेत देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास हमारे प्रश्नों के कोई उत्तर नहीं है और वो कट्टर बेईमान है।
नहीं, उसमें गौरव जी मेरा निवेदन है, अगर वो इसको राजनीतिक द्वेष मानता है तो कह दे कि मनीष सिसोदिया कभी ओबराय नहीं गया, वो कह दे उसका अरोड़ा बंधुओं से, विजय नायर से कोई संबंध नहीं, को जानते ही नहीं है। वो डिनाई कर दे, प्रेस मीडिया में आकर कह दे हम तो जानते नहीं उनको, हम पे झूठे बीजेपी कह रही है और कभी भी हम ओबराय होटल नहीं गए, कभी भी हमारी 10 मीटिंग नहीं हुई। मना कर दे, वो कौन कह रहा है उनसे?
क्या लग रहा है कि बस छापे के बाद भी मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार हटाया नहीं गया मंत्रिमंडल से, तो क्या लगता है केजरीवाल को डर है कि उनका नाम आ जाएगा?
101% सब इनका मास्टरमाइंड तो केजरीवाल है। ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स बना था, उसमें पहली मीटिंग के अंदर केजरीवाल था, उस मिनट्स को बाहर किया गया। एक नया ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर बनाया जिसका हेड सिसोदिया को बनाया गया था। केजरीवाल जानबूझकर बाहर आया था और मालूम है ये सब कुकर्म केजरीवाल ने कह कराए हैं कि चिंता मत करो, मैं आऊंगा, मैं हरीश चंद्र हूं, लोग मेरे को मान लेते हैं। आज तक तो इसके लोगों ने माना है कि ईमानदार आदमी है, तो इसीलिए 100% स्वतंत्र जैन भी। एग्जाम्पल देख लेते एक बार, लेकर दीदी के पास हाथ मिलाने तो गए था, दीदी ने तो हटा दिया मंत्री को, तो ये क्यों नहीं हटा रही?
One last question we are taking. Yeah. देखिए नीरज जी, आपने जो बात करी है, मैं आज के मुद्दे पर रहते हुए केवल एक बात कह के अंत करूंगा इस प्रेस वार्ता का। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी भ्रष्टाचारी, मनीष सिसोदिया जी भ्रष्टाचारी, कोई परिवार इनको घर में घुसने नहीं।
As political altercations grow around the posters of V.D. Savarkar in Karnataka, posters of V.D. Savarkar were seen pasted at an office of the Congress in Vijaypura. At least 8 to 10 photographs of the freedom fighter had been pasted by an unidentified person at the office. While the police is on a lookout for the person responsible for the act, personnel of the police were stationed at the Congress office. Altercations around the posters have grown on multiple occasions in the recent days. While one on the first incidents was reported from Shivamoga, altercations between the BJP and Congress were later reported at Tumakuru and Dharwad, with Congress leader Siddharamaya's convoy being attacked in one of the occasions. The Savarkar posters were removed by the police at the Vijaypura Congress office. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
He has called for a crucial meeting in Jammu today. According to sources, the meeting is being called to prepare a political strategy to counter the Gupkar Alliance's allegations, where the Gupkar Alliance has said that 25 new non-local voters are being added. Former Deputy Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister and the BJP leader Kavindra Gupta has attacked the opposition parties and accused them of spreading misinformation about new voting rules. Backing the Election Commission's clarification, he said that the opposition is trying to mislead people. An office of the Congress was vandalized in Vijaypur in Karnataka after posters of V.D. Savarkar were pasted at the site by an unidentified person. The police have booked a case.
The big story of the day, the huge drama that is unfolding in the national capital, with the BJP staging a protest demanding the resignation of Manish Sisodia in relation to the liquor scam. In fact, latest breaking news coming in, KCR's daughter has now responded to the big charge that has been levelled by the BJP with regard to her alleged connection in the liquor scam. KCR's daughter responding to these allegations, calling it all an attempt to tarnish her reputation. Let's listen into that soundbite as well. But first, let's go across to Aniri, who's breaking that story for us. First up, let's listen to that soundbite of KCR's daughter.
Today, I want to make it very, very clear that the allegations that are made on me by BJP party and their party people are completely baseless. The allegations will certainly remain an allegations. They have all the agencies in their hands. They can do whatever investigation that is required. We will completely cooperate. But I just want to say it in front of the nation that my leader, Honorable KCR Garu, who is the Chief Minister of Telangana, has been very vocal and has been very sharp in criticizing the policies of Bharatiya Janata Party government. I believe, we believe, and today people of Telangana believe that rattled by the allegations made by Honorable CM, the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to malign the reputation of our family. I just want to say this to the nation today. We are the family of fighters. We fought for Telangana. We were on the streets. We were with the people. We never go back in a fight. Today, if you just want to put us down by throwing some baseless allegations at us, it is just going to remain baseless. Nothing is going to come out of it. Today you are in power. You want to use agencies. You want to use media. You want to use everything possible to curtail the voice of opposition. I am so sorry. You are messing with the wrong people. We are not the people who are going to calm down. We are not the people who are going to step down. We are fighters. Telangana people are known to put up a fight and make sure the fight ends in a prosperous result. Tomorrow we want the country to prosper as Telangana is prospering today, and we will firmly stand on this. I once again state I have nothing to do with the Delhi liquor investigation that is going on. This is a baseless allegation made on me by Bharatiya Janata Party just to make sure they malign the reputation of our family, and I'm so sorry to tell them it is not going to work.
And Aniri is also reporting live from Hyderabad, getting us all those details. Aniri, if you could talk to us more about these big allegations and the fact and also these allegations in which we are told that the TRS role is also under scanner in this liquor scam.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. Now, we have been seeing that the BJP has raised a lot of allegations after Manish Sisodia residence was raided, and also in which we see that there were links which were told by the BJP that they are links with the TRS leaders as well. And so we see that K. Kavita, the TRS MLC, and also the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, K. Kavita, has given out an open statement saying that she does not have anything to do with this Delhi liquor scam, and also she has further stated that the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to malign the reputation of the KCR's family, and so they have all the agencies in their hands, and so they have been doing all this. But this has been the one very first statement coming in after the Bharatiya Janata Party had raised these allegations of TRS leader being involved in the Delhi liquor scam, and now we see that the K. Kavita has come out out with a statement saying she does not have anything to do with this, and very clearly she has been hitting out at the Bharatiya Janata Party that they do not have anything. They have been raising all these baseless allegations, but they will continue to fight, and if they want any sort of further investigation, they can also come up with that investigation. We are ready to cooperate, and we are ready for any sort of investigation, is what the TRS MLC and daughter of K. Chandrasekhar Rao has been stating just some time back. She has given a...
We'll come back to you in just a bit, but that's a big breaking news coming in at this point. TRS role, which is under scanner when we talk about this liquor case, and KCR, Chief Minister KCR's daughter, in a press briefing stating that all allegations that have been levelled are false and that it is an attempt to malign the family's reputation. For now, moving to more breaking news coming in. And news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Arjuna Murthy, the close aide of actor Rajnikant and the chief coordinator of the party that Rajnikant was supposed to launch, is joining the BJP. So a setback coming in for the opposition, whereas for a big win for the BJP, beg your pardon, as Arjuna Murthy, who is said to be a close aide of actor Rajnikant, is all set to join the BJP. We'll go across to Varshini as well to get us more details, but that's a breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Arjuna Murthy, who is the close aide of actor Rajnikant and also the chief coordinator of the party that Rajnikant was supposed to launch, is going to be joining the BJP shortly. Well, we have Varshini with us. Varshini, if you could give us more details with regard to this news coming in, Arjuna Murthy, who's now set to join the BJP.
Well, absolutely, yes. Arjuna Murthy was already a part of the BJP party. He was the, he was the president of the intellectual cell of the BJP party until 2020, when Rajnikant announced that he would be launching his own political party. When the announcement came in, Arjuna Murthy had, moved and joined Rajnikant's to be launched party back then in 2020, and he was also named to be the chief coordinator of the party that was supposed to be launched. But later on we saw how actor Rajnikant denied, cancelled all his plans of his political entry, and the whole launch of a new party was cancelled, and now he is going to join the BJP party in some time in the presence of the state president of the BJP party in Tamil Nadu, K. Annamalai, and he will be continuing to work in the BJP henceforth. And this is definitely some important news of, that is in Tamil Nadu, as we have always had these controversies and conversations about Rajnikant and his political entry. Now his close aide, who was playing an instrumental role in the launch of his party, now that Arjuna Murthy will be coming back to the BJP party because of the party, Rajnikant's party, that was not launched, and he will be continuing his position here. And we hear that from now on there would be more such people from Rajnikant's side who will also be following Arjuna Murthy's steps to join the BJP party. But as of now, he is joining the BJP party in front of the state president K. Annamalai in some time now, and that is what the current updates that we are picking up here.
Yes. Well, Varshini, interestingly, we are told that she was coordinating Rajni's political plans as well. So interesting developments there, because what we were expecting was something else, and now what we are getting to know is that she's all set to join the BJP. Any word coming in from Annamalai or anyone from the BJP as of now?
This joining of Arjuna Murthy back in the BJP party is about to happen in a few minutes, and following that, both himself and the BJP state president K. Annamalai will meet with the press, and they will discuss about how their position is going to be in the party moving forward. How will Arjuna Murthy's presence in the party will make difference to the party, and they are going to talk about the same. But as of now, it is very evident, because the controversies and conversations around Rajnikant and his political entry has always been a big news in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now that it is very evident that he's no more going to spend his time in politics in the state, it is clear that the people who are involved with him are also now coming back and joining the BJP party is definitely very important to note down. And there is also...
All right, Varshini, we'll have to leave it at that. The AIFF leader,
अफ्रीका के कुछ सब सहारन देश भारत के बाद हंगर और मैल न्यूट्रिशन के इंडेक्स पर आ रहे हैं। इस विकट परिस्थिति में पूरे देश की प्रधानमंत्री से अपेक्षा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी इन समस्याओं का समाधान करेंगे। देश की अपेक्षा है कि जब इतनी महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी है, डॉलर का दाम, पेट्रोल का दाम, हर चीज बढ़ती जा रही है, तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ऐसी पॉलिसी बनाएंगे, ऐसे सॉल्यूशंस निकालेंगे कि देश की इन समस्याओं का समाधान हो सके, लोग अपनी परेशानियों से बाहर निकल सके, कि भारत देश का विकास हो सके। लेकिन आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्या कर रहे हैं? उनका ध्यान क्या महंगाई पर है? उनका ध्यान का बेरोजगारी और शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था पर है? नहीं, उनका ध्यान सिर्फ एक और एक चीज पर है कि कैसे जो उनकी विरोधी पार्टियां हैं, जो दूसरे दल की राज्य सरकारें हैं, उनको साम दाम दंड भेद से कैसे गिराया जाए। हम ये देश भर में देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से अभी महाराष्ट्र में हमने देखा कि शिवसेना को तोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कैसे सरकार बनाई। हमने उससे पहले गोवा में देखा, कर्नाटका में देखा, मणिपुर में देखा, राज्य दर राज्य में हमने देखा कि किस तरह पार्टियों को तोड़ तोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी सरकारें बनाने की कोशिश करती है। क्या है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और प्रधानमंत्री जी का मोडस ऑपरेंडी? क्या है उनका सरकार तोड़ने का तरीका? उनका सरकार तोड़ने का सबसे बड़ा हथियार है उनकी केंद्र सरकार की एजेंसियां। तो क्या फॉर्मूला फॉलो करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी? क्या फॉर्मूला फॉलो करती है उनकी केंद्र सरकार? फॉर्मूला बहुत सिंपल है। जिस पार्टी को तोड़ना है, जिस सरकार को तोड़ना है, जिन नेताओं को तोड़ना है, सबसे पहले उन पर केंद्र सरकार की अलग अलग एजेंसियों को छोड़ दो। उनके ऊपर सीबीआई का केस करो, उनके ऊपर ईडी का केस करो, उनके ऊपर इनकम टैक्स का केस करो, जो भी सरकारी एजेंसी आपके पास है उनका केस करो। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाके उनके नेताओं को ऑफर देती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, सारे केस बंद हो जाएंगे। तो एक तरफ धमकाया जाता है और दूसरी तरफ लुभाने का प्रयास किया जाता है। हमने देखा कि किस तरह महाराष्ट्र में भी यही हुआ कि महाराष्ट्र की रूलिंग कोalition के अलग अलग नेताओं पर सीबीआई के, ईडी के तरह तरह के केस हुए और फिर उन केस की धमकियों को यूज करके शिवसेना के विधायकों को तोड़कर एक नई सरकार बना दी गई, जिसमें एक शिवसेना के फॉर्मर एमएलए अब चीफ मिनिस्टर बन गए। दिल्ली में भी आज यही करने की कोशिश करी जा रही है। जो ये केस दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी पर हो रहा है, ये भी एक कोशिश है आम आदमी पार्टी की, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार को तोड़ने की। मनीष सिसोदिया जी पर सीबीआई का केस होता है, 14 घंटे की रेड होती है, उस रेड में कुछ नहीं मिलता, लेकिन फिर भी अगले दिन खबर प्लांट हो जाती है कि अब जैसे सीबीआई ने एफआईआर करी है, अब ईडी को केस दिया जाएगा और ईडी का भी केस चालू होगा। जैसे ही सीबीआई की एफआईआर की, ईडी की एफआईआर की एक तरह से धमकियां आती हैं, दूसरी तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अप्रोच करते हैं और अप्रोच करके कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओगे तो सारे केस बंद कर दिए जाएंगे। और ना सिर्फ इतना, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को ऑफर दिया जाता है कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हमने शिवसेना के ही एक ब्रेकअवे एमएलए को मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया, तुम भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, अपने साथ एमएलए लेकर आ जाओ, हम तुम्हें दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बना देंगे। ये कोशिश कर रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। लेकिन मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कहना चाहूंगी कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है। अब बाकी एमएलएज को, एमपीज को, नेताओं को, पार्टियों को क्यों तोड़ पाए? क्योंकि शायद उन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया होगा, शायद उन्होंने पैसा खाया होगा, इसलिए वो आपकी ईडी की एफआईआर, सीबीआई की एफआईआर और इन एजेंसी की धमकियों से डर गए और आपकी पार्टी में आके शामिल हो गए। लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी और उसके नेता कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। ना आज तक हमने एक पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार किया है, ना एक पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे। तो चाहे धमकियां हो, चाहे लुभावने के प्रयास हो, आम आदमी पार्टी उसमें आने वाली नहीं है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने सीधा जवाब दिया भारतीय जनता पार्टी वालों को कि मैं कट्टर ईमानदार हूं, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी जैसी भ्रष्ट पार्टी में जाने का सोच भी नहीं सकता। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल का सिपाही हूं और मुझे पता है कि अगर देश में एक नेता है जो भारत को, दुनिया को नंबर 1 पर लेके जा सकता है तो वो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। तो चाहे आप मुझे जेल में डाल दो, चाहे आप ईडी का केस कर दो, चाहे आप सीबीआई का केस कर दो, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ने वाला नहीं हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ये मोडस ऑपरेंडा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ये वॉशिंग मशीन सिर्फ पहली बार यहां पे नहीं चलाने की कोशिश है। ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड फॉर्मूला है, जहां पे देश भर में अलग अलग पार्टियों के नेताओं को वो धमकियां देते हैं, ईडी के केस शुरू कराते हैं, सीबीआई के केस शुरू करवाते हैं, फिर उनके साथ डील हो जाती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वॉशिंग मशीन में धुल जाओगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वॉशिंग मशीन में धुल गए तो उसके बाद सारे केस खत्म। इसका सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम्पल आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा हैं, जिन पर 2010 के वाटर स्कैम का केस चल रहा था। उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 2015 में ज्वाइन किया। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री हैं। आज वाटर स्कैम का नामो निशान खत्म हो गया। आज वाटर स्कैम की कोई बातचीत नहीं, कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं, कोई रेड नहीं। बेल्लारी के रेड्डी ब्रदर्स, जिनका नाम पूरी देश की हेडलाइन में छाया रहता था, जिनके 2006 से 2011 के 16,500 करोड़ के स्कैम सामने आए, सीबीआई उनके पास तो कभी नहीं गई, क्योंकि वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से शुरू से जुड़े हुए रहे। नारायण राणे, जिन पे 2016 में मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के केस, लैंड स्कैम के केस, सीबीआई और ईडी ने उन पर केस किए। 2019 में उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी से राज्यसभा के सदस्य हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वॉशिंग मशीन में साफ हो गए। सीबीआई और ईडी ने सवाल जवाब करना बंद कर दिया। सीबीआई और ईडी ने रेड करनी बंद कर दी। बीजे पांडा, जिन पर मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के और वायलेशन ऑफ फॉरेन एक्सचेंज मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के केस हुए फरवरी 2019 में, जैसे ही केस हुए तुरंत उनके पास ऑफर आया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करने का। 2019 में उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वॉशिंग मशीन में साफ हो गए। सीबीआई और ईडी ने केस बंद कर दिए। उनके पास ऑफर आया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन करने का। 2019 में उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की वॉशिंग मशीन में साफ हो गए। सीबीआई और ईडी ने केस बंद कर दिए। सबसे फेमस शुभेंदु अधिकारी, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अनुसार पश्चिम बंगाल में होने वाले भ्रष्टाचार की पराकाष्ठा थे। शारदा स्कैम के नाम पर तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कई चुनाव लड़ डाले बंगाल में। 2020 में शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी को भी ऑफर जाता है कि आ जाइए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वॉशिंग मशीन में साफ हो जाइए। शुभेंदु अधिकारी जो भ्रष्टाचार की पराकाष्ठा माने जाते थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अनुसार, ज्वाइन करते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन हैं। ये लिस्ट चलती जा सकती है। हमारे पास ऐसी दर्जनों नेताओं की लिस्ट है जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली। अब कुछ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खास ऐसे नेता हैं जो कह भी देते हैं। महाराष्ट्र के एक एमएलए कांग्रेस से आए भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, नारायण पाटिल, पब्लिक में आके कह देते हैं कि जी जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ गया हूं तो चैन की नींद सो पाता हूं, क्योंकि अब मुझे पता है कि मेरे ऊपर कोई भी इंक्वायरी होने वाली नहीं है। तो यही कोशिश जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपनी वॉशिंग मशीन फॉर्मूले से देश भर में करी है, महाराष्ट्र में करी है, उड़ीसा में करी है, पश्चिम बंगाल में करी है, मध्य प्रदेश में करी है, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसे दिल्ली में भी करने की कोशिश कर रही है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी याद रखें कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक कट्टर ईमानदार और कट्टर देशभक्त पार्टी है। आप हमें डरा लो, आप हमें धमका लो, आप हमें जेल भेज दो, हम आपकी धमकियों से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। हमें अपनी ईमानदारी पे भरोसा है। हम राजनीति में इस देश की सेवा के लिए आए हैं, ना तो हम आपकी धमकियों से डरने वाले हैं और ना ही आम आदमी पार्टी का कोई नेता आपके कितने भी लुभावने ऑफर हो, ना वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जाने वाले हैं। हम मरते दम तक इस देश की सेवा में आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ लगे रहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
एक सवाल है, शब्द दर शब्द आप बता रही हैं कि भाजपा के लोगों ने कैसे मनीष जी से संपर्क किया। ये तीसरा मीडिया इंटरेक्शन है सुबह से, नाम क्यों नहीं आप लोग खुलासा कर रही हैं? पब्लिक डोमेन में नाम क्यों नहीं रख रही हैं?
मैम नाम भी या मैसेज भी कुछ तो दिखाइए, हमें पता चले क्या किस माध्यम से कैसे आया है, कैसे अप्रोच कर कब किया गया।
देखिए, ये अप्रोच पिछले ही कुछ दिनों में किया गया है, ये मैं आपको बता सकती हूँ। और उसी व्यक्ति ने अप्रोच किया है जिसने शुभेंदु अधिकारी को, मुकुल रॉय को और हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा जी को और बीजे पांडा को अप्रोच किया था। सेम व्यक्ति है। तो आप बीजे पांडा से और शुभेंदु अधिकारी से जाके पूछ सकते हैं, जो सेम व्यक्ति जिसने उन्हें अप्रोच किया था और जिसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी उनको भारतीय जनता पार्टी में लाने की, उस सेम व्यक्ति को मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अप्रोच करने की जिम्मेदारी दी है। इन द लास्ट फ्यू डेज।
किसका नाम बताया जिसका शुभेंदु अधिकारी?
शुभेंदु अधिकारी, मुकुल रॉय, बीजे पांडा और हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा। आप भी जानते हैं और हम भी जानते हैं कि वो कौन व्यक्ति है।
Ma'am, the links has been connected to Telangana also now. K. Kavita coming out and saying that this is to malign our image. What does आप say on it?
देखिए, मैंने कल ही कह दिया था कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हैं आजकल और उनकी जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेज हैं, उनको तो देख के बॉलीवुड के स्क्रिप्ट राइटर्स को भी शर्म आ जाएगी। क्योंकि देखिए, आप जब बॉलीवुड के स्क्रिप्ट राइटर हैं तो आप बिना किसी फैक्ट के, बिना किसी आधार के, बिना किसी प्रूफ के कोई भी बात कह सकते हैं, कोई भी नेटफ्लिक्स का एपिसोड लिख सकते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के नेता हैं और कोई आरोप लगा रहे हैं तो कुछ तो आधार रखेंगे आप बिना किसी आधार के, बिना किसी डिटेल के कभी भी कोई बात कह देंगे तो क्या कहा जाए। अच्छा, उनकी दूसरी समस्या ये है कि उनको पहले एक स्क्रिप्ट दी जाती है, वो 2-3 हफ्ते चलती है, फिर पता चलता है ओहो हो ये तो सारी स्क्रिप्ट गलत थी, इसमें तो कोई भ्रष्टाचार नहीं है, ये तो सब कुछ ड्यू प्रोसेस से हुआ है। तो फिर उन बेचारों को भी रोज रोज कोई नई स्क्रिप्ट निकालनी पड़ती है। तो ये कोई आखिरी स्क्रिप्ट नहीं है उनकी जो उन्होंने कभी चलाएंगे वो नई स्क्रिप्ट। और पिछले 7 सालों से वो अलग अलग भ्रष्टाचार की कई स्क्रिप्ट लेके आए हैं। तो वो चाहे जिस चीज पे अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर लें, वो एक्साइज पॉलिसी पे कर लें, वो बसों पे कर लें, वो स्कूलों पे कर लें, वो दवाइयों पे कर लें, वो फ्लाईओवर पे कर लें, वो सड़कों पे कर लें, वो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक पे कर लें, वो आम आदमी पार्टी के हर डिपार्टमेंट की हर पॉलिसी पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन खोल लें। ये हमारा दावा है कि एक पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार उनको नहीं मिलेगा। लेकर आ जाए रोज रोज भ्रष्टाचार की नई स्क्रिप्टें। आम आदमी पार्टी एक कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है, हमें अपने काम पे भरोसा है, हमें अपनी ईमानदारी पे भरोसा है।
आरोपों को स्क्रिप्टेड बता रही है और बीजेपी
update that we're getting here on Republic TV. Just getting in some breaking news right now. A sensational claim that was made by Russia. Just getting in the breaking news right now of a claim that has been made by the Russian government. Russian security services have arrested a suspect who was reportedly planning to target a member of India's ruling circle. FSB has said the terrorist was due to fly out to India to carry out the high-profile act of terror. This is a big breaking news update. Russia claims a terror plot has been thwarted. Russia claims they've attacked a suicide bomber. And we're accessing the details. A sensational claim being made by Russia. Detaining ISIS suicide bomber plotting an attack in India. We are waiting for more details of whether this attacker was detained perhaps in India or outside. We should be able to get more details anytime now. We'll try and go across to our friends from Moscow as well to get more details. What we can tell you as of this minute is that Russia has gone on record to say that they have detained a suicide bomber plotting an attack on a member of India's ruling circle. They're perhaps talking about a political assassination attempt. We'll get more voices on this. We'll try and get more voices. Major Gaurav Arya on the phone line. Major Gaurav Arya, this is a big revelation being made by Russia right now. Russia's FSB saying that a terrorist was due to fly out to India. So this arrest was not in India. Arrest was made outside of India, and this terrorist was coming to India to carry out an attack and a high-profile target. They're calling it the ruling circle. Major Arya, big breakthrough, and Russia helping India with this one.
No, absolutely. The Russians have been very good friends, but the positive thing out of this, while it's sad news that somebody is targeting the elite of India, but I think the positive thing is that terrorists have always supported each other, and they've always used each other's networks to carry out terror attacks. But the people who are under attack, governments, the people, they have not been so well networked in this case. But this is a perfect example of how old friend Russia, who's always stood India in good stead, is now coming out, helping India with information saying that we have arrested a person, they've actually taken action, they've arrested the person, and from that person we can get leads. So I think it's a big, massive breakthrough, and a good thing that Russia has done. It's been a good friend.
I'm just picking up more details from Sputnik, which is a Russian news agency, Major Arya, and Sputnik has just confirmed some more details, saying the Russian Federal Security Service, or the FSB, has detained a suicide bomber of ISIS or Daesh who was plotting a terrorist attack against a member of India's leadership elite. Who from India? Was it a political leader? It appears so, Major Gaurav Arya. They say member of India's leadership elite, so obviously hinting at a political target. The target was a political one. Russia's FSB identified, detained a member of the Islamic State, banned in Russia, a native of a country in the Central Asian region. So even the region of the terrorist, he was a native of a country in the Central Asian region, planned to commit a terror attack, blowing himself up against one of the representatives of the ruling circles. In April, June, the detainee was recruited by one of ISIS leaders as a suicide bomber in Turkey. This is huge. Recruited in Turkey.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, Major Arya.
Absolutely. Turkey is actually the gateway to Syria. And Turkey is the place where all the things, all the people, recruits who go from Kerala, etc., they go via Turkey. So whether it's the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda, Turkey is the place. So I think all the pieces are falling together. And now this entire thing that has come out, this entire story is becoming more and more plausible because these are the touch points. Central Asia, including Afghanistan, Turkey, right? And the Russian security forces and their intelligence agencies that are very active because this entire area of Central Asia was earlier Soviet Russia. And they have very close ties to Soviet Russia. In fact, many of the people, their first language is Russian. In many cases, while the other people may speak, they might speak Turkmenistani, they might speak Kazakh or any other language, but in many cases, the old people, the people in power, still speak Russian very fluently. It's almost their first language, their mother tongue. So there is this very close bond with Russia. They were Russian territories 30 years back. And I think this is how it is unfolding. This is how Russia has managed to, with this whole network, managed to net this big fish. And from this ISIS terrorists, if they hand it over to India, which I think they should, then we'll come to know who they were targeting. But certainly points out to somebody in the central political leadership, somebody very, very senior.
And the fact that you've chronicled and you've reported on Russia's role. In fact, they're also fighting the ISIS, in Syria, and the kind of role that they're playing in Syria. They're saying that this terrorist was a native of a country in the Central Asian region. Major Arya.
Yes, absolutely, and this is exactly what I'm saying again and again. The reason why the Russians were able to nab this terrorist is the Russians have a very robust intelligence apparatus in place in Central Asian countries, including Afghanistan. I'm talking about the 5 Istans and also Afghanistan, the 6th. They have excellent intelligence infrastructure, and the Russians have been able to get a whiff of this ISIS. And ISIS is mostly based out of Afghanistan, mostly. I'm not saying only, I'm saying mostly based out of Afghanistan. And the recent killing of Al-Zawahiri is one of the reasons why things got very unsettled, both for Al-Qaeda and ISIS. While they are different terrorist organizations, the fact of the matter is that the cadre is interchangeable. And, you might have 1 month a person fighting for ISIS and the other month fighting for Al-Qaeda. They have similar loyalties. They have similar ideologies. And I think it's a big thing that the Russians have done. Huge favor for their old friend India.
Absolutely. Major Arya, can I request you? I'll request you to come live on the story if possible. This is a big breaking story. I'm going to get you live, Major Arya. Let's get Major Gaurav Arya live. Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us on the broadcast. Major General G.D. Bakshi, a sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia. A global assassination plot is unraveling. General Bakshi, can I get your first response to this?
Look, the ISIS is certainly intensifying its activities. There seems to this organization have been blasted more or less in Syria and Iraq by the joint efforts of the Russians, the Americans, and a host of other countries. But it has since diffused, and it is now trying to revive itself. It's got a lease of life because the Americans thoughtfully left behind $40 billion worth of weapons in Afghanistan when they handed it over to the Taliban. And Turkey is another, nation which has been trying to pose as the new caliphate. And to that extent, taking on and trying to assist a number of the transnational Islamist causes. So we have the whole contours of an entirely new range of threats coming up. Just a day before, we had that assassination attempt in which the daughter of one of the leading ideologues of Putin was assassinated in Moscow itself. And now the Russians have done us a great favor by arresting this Central Asian citizen who was engaged in a plot to assassinate one of our key top leaders. The details are, of course, awaited, but this is big. This is big, and I think we need to put our guard up again, because for the last 2-3 years, after especially the Balakot strike, when Pakistan seemed a bit cowed down, there has been no major terror incident in India, and we have become rather forgiving towards Pakistan. But Pakistan is also trying to revive terrorism in J&K, in Punjab, and because it has not been able to achieve any great success, it does not mean that it has given up its attempt. So I think we have to be on our guard. We have to now get fully alert, because a lot seems to be boiling under the surface. There's a lot that seems to be boiling under the surface. Let's not wait to be hit. Let us preempt it. And once again, I think we definitely need to thank our Russian friends for nabbing this assailant before he could strike.
We're also hearing, General Bakshi, we're also hearing from the details available with us, this minute. He was identified and he was detained, and he had planned to commit a terror attack by blowing himself up against one of the representatives of the ruling circles of India. It's a statement that has been issued by the FSB. And they're also saying he was hired in Turkey. In April, he was recruited. He was recruited in April, June in Turkey. So, this entire circle, Major J.D. Bakshi, can I request you, I'll just get you live right now. I'll ask my team to just line you up and get you live on Republic. And we would like to have your perspective on the channel. I'm going to let you go right now to come live. So while we disconnect your audio line, we'll get you live on video. And I'm going across to Major Arya, who's on video right now. Major Arya, the role of Turkey comes under intense focus once more.
No, absolutely, Niranjan. I mean, Turkey has been at the forefront of supporting terrorist activities. They have benefited by selling oil. Erdogan's family, Erdogan's sons have benefited by selling oil on the black market. This is a huge business for Turkey, and Turkey does this. All the people from India who've gone, youth from Kerala who've gone to fight alongside the ISIS have gone from Turkey. Turkey is the gateway. So they land up in Syria from there. And it is obvious that Turkey comes on the Soviet radar, and this person is discovered as having links with Turkey, Niranjan.
Yeah. And Major Arya, when something like this happens, I mean, they haven't given details of where he was detained. That would, I think, answer a lot of questions. But what they have certainly shared are details of where he was hired, where he was recruited. That was in Turkey. And he was recruited between April and June. And ISIS, and this is a wake-up call, Major Arya, for everyone who sort of dismissed India's fight against ISIS for years. You remember that ISIS module that we spoke of? There were a few people in Hyderabad let off. We exposed them. They were later rearrested. Political parties, some of them came to the rescue. This is a wake-up call for the entire world.
No, absolutely, Niranjan. People in India were scared of using the word Islamic Jihad or Islamic terrorism because they felt that it would be communal, but it's not. And the fact of the matter is that this is something that is live. It is threatening. It is a real threat to the safety and security of the world, especially to India. And ISIS has been in India for a very long time now. We have seen ISIS flags in Kashmir. We have seen ISIS activities in Kerala. And Republic itself broke that story. I remember that beautiful investigative story where that person was saying that we'll hide behind the Constitution of India and cause damage to India. That was caught on camera. And yet people are very wary of, actually taking any action against terrorists because they feel that there are political implications. But the fact of the matter is that it's high time we woke up, because the organization like ISIS or an organization like Al-Qaeda, they're extremely focused in what they do and they mean harm to India. And I think it's high time that India, sort of took kinetic action against them, wherever they may be. We cannot wait for the ISIS or Al-Qaeda to attack India. India will finally have to play the role of a superpower, because that's what India aspires to be. And I'm saying this with all responsibility, Niranjan. You have to be like the Americans or the Israelis. If you anticipate a threat to your nation, you go where the terrorists are and you neutralize them there. You don't wait for them to come inside India.
Yeah. Major Gaurav Arya on the broadcast. Stay with me, Major Gaurav Arya. Just getting in a response from Major KK Sinha as well. Jal Sinha, Major Gaurav Arya is breaking down the details of this. This is a big update. The fact that a terrorist headed to India. We are waiting for a more detailed statement perhaps from the Russian FSB, the security agencies in Russia. But they've been on alert after the assassination of the daughter of one of Putin's aides, Darya Drugina. We know what happened right just outside of Moscow. In fact, she was a regular. She used to come on debates. It's too early to see if any of this is linked. But certainly, security agencies in Russia have helped India with this big arrest. Jal Sinha.
What happened in Russia, what you brought it out, Alexander Gelovich Dugin and her daughter Darya Dugin, the way she has been eliminated outside the Moscow by a bomber. Still the things are not out why it happened. But she was one of the author and daughter of one of the war mastermind, Putin's brain. Names are given to the Alexander, Dugin. And if that has happened in Russia, inside Russia, now it has come out what the Russian FSS is given, the Federal Security Service of Russia is giving about the suicide bomber who is in Turkey, who has got linkages with AIFF and Al-Qaeda. These things are happening in the Indian subcontinent. When you take it in India per se, or Indian subcontinent, it is now becoming a center of gravity. Everything is gravitating towards the side and everyone is targeting. So we have to be absolutely, very, very proactive. Not that this thing should happen inside India. Now we have to reach out and we have to, this threat which is developing, whether in the form of ISIS or Al-Qaeda, which is happening in India, we have to eliminate. And now with the help which the Russians are now giving it, and also we are getting some help from Americans, we have to see that how we leverage out and proactively try to hit this and eliminate this developing threat which is coming. And we should not wait to gravitate through Pakistan, or it should gravitate through other parts, even coming from Bangladesh or any other, country, from Myanmar. We should not allow this thing to happen inside the country.
Jal Sinha will try and get you on the broadcast as well. Okay, Major General J.D. Bakshi joining us live. Major General J.D. Bakshi and Major Arya are on the broadcast. I just wanted to point out that this has come a few days after, not a day, but a few days after Ajit Doval, our NSA, was in Russia. And I think the timing is important. You can't link them, but certainly it's come a few days after that, isn't it? General Bakshi, do you see the coincidence in the timing? Of course, it hints at a deeper cooperation between India and Russia. General Bakshi and Major Arya on the broadcast. General Bakshi, to you, sir. Okay, while he comes live, can you hear me, sir?
Though we have received no information in the open domain as of now that they are linked, but certainly there seems to be a linkage. because, very specifically, assassin trying to target our top political leadership caught in Russia is, there seems to be definitely a linkage. I'm sure as more details come out, we will get that linkage. But for the time being, the fact is that the FSB has actually gone out of its way to arrest a citizen of a Central Asian country who had been recruited in Turkey by the ISIS. Turkey has created a very permissive environment for these Islamist jihadist organizations to function there, because Turkey fancies itself as the new caliphate. It is trying to supplant Saudi Arabia as the center of the new caliphate in the Islamic world, and to that extent it is trying to promote all these Islamist jihadist causes. This is extremely dangerous. There were some reports earlier that it was trying to recruit fighters from Syria and send them into Jammu and Kashmir. So these are very dangerous trends and developments that we must watch out for. We must be alert, because for 3 years there has been no major terror incident in India, no major terror strike. There is a tendency to become slack. There is a tendency to become complacent, and we should not wait for the next major terror attempt to hit us in the face. We should preempt it. And I think here definitely seems to be an attempt at preemption. The very fact that in Russia also there was a major terror strike, whether it was of Ukrainian origin, or I don't think Ukraine has the capacity to penetrate so deep into Moscow, etc. There could have been a number of other agencies, intelligence agencies involved. But definitely the threat of terror is rising. There are reports that a lot of the weapons that have been supplied to Ukraine, the Russians are saying that they are now being sold off, siphoned off to such terror elements across the globe. And on the dark net, there are these advertisements for the sale of the weapons. So that is another factor we have to cater for. Besides the hoard of 40 billion worth of American weapons that have been so thoughtfully left behind in Afghanistan and left at the tender mercies of the Taliban. And some of these night vision devices, etc., from there, American, they have made their way into Jammu and Kashmir and possibly Punjab. So I think we are heading for another grim period. And I think it behoves us to be absolutely vigilant and alert. It behoves us to get back to our offensive stance. We cannot slip back into that reactive defensive mode which characterized India's counter-terror operations for about 30 years. We did nothing but take it on the chin. We fought only in the confines of our own country. We refused to go across the line of control, across the line of border. It's only when the present government came that we hit back in Uri.
Some more breaking news updates, sir. Sir, Jal Bakshi and Mirza Arya, I have another breaking news update. A more detailed statement has come out. A more detailed statement with me right now. The Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation on the territory of Russia identified and detained a member of the international terrorist organization Islamic State banned in Russia, a native of a country in the Central Asian region who planned to commit a terrorist attack by self-detonation against one of the representatives in the ruling circles of India. And I have the full statement, I'll put that out. It has been established that a foreigner in the period from April to June 22, while on the territory of the Republic of Turkey, was recruited by one of the leaders of the IS as a suicide bomber. His indoctrination was carried out remotely through the accounts of the messenger service Telegram and during personal meetings in Istanbul by a representative of the terrorist organization. So Russian FSB saying that these meetings were on Russian soil, Major Arya. They're saying the Federal Security Services of the Russian Federation on the territory of Russia identified and detained a member of the Islamic State. They're also saying as a result, the terrorist took oath of allegiance to the Amir of the international terrorist organization Islamic State. After that, he was given a task of leaving for the territory of Russia. Oh, he was going to leave for the territory of Russia. He was headed to Russia. He was headed to Russia to complete the necessary documents and then fly to India to commit a high-profile terror act. Oh, you see how sinister this is, Major Arya. He was hired, he was recruited in Turkey, held meetings in Istanbul. He was asked to go to Russia, do the documentation, and then come to India. I think we're getting in some responses from Russia as well. Sergei Strokan, senior journalist from Moscow. Sergei, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you for speaking to Republic. This news just breaking here in India. What more can you tell us about this assassination plot, Sergei? Sergei Strokan. Sergei, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll let Major Gauravarya take that question. Major Gauravarya, on the route that is being used by some of these recruits.
Niranjan, using of Turkey, obviously because Turkey has always been the launchpad for all terrorist groups in this region, especially the Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. And the use of Russia for documentation because they know the special bond that Russia shares with India. And if the origin of the documentation, the fake passports, is Russia, then there will be less cause of suspicion on the side of the Indian intelligence agencies. And many people, as I said before, many people in the old, in the current Central Asian states were earlier part of Russia. All these states were part of Russia, and many of them speak Russian. So a Russian-speaking person who pretty much looks like a Russian because that is Russian territory, they're the same stock of people going to Russia, getting documents made, traveling to India, speaking Russian with a Russian passport. No sense of this thing. No cause of suspicion in most people's mind. It's good that Russia caught it. And like General G.D. Bakshi said very clearly, and I have also maintained this, and I mentioned this earlier in the part of this program, is that, if you keep on reacting, that we will hit back when people hit us, you're never going to win. Terrorism, it has to be proactive, anti-terrorism operations. You have to find them and you have to neutralize them wherever they are, whichever part of the world. And if India claims to be emerging superpower, this is what India must do, if wherever they are in the world, you have your special forces, you have your weaponry. For what? For which day? Not for Republic Day, it is for days like this. You find them out, you neutralize them, whichever part of the world they are in. Don't wait for them to come inside India.
Well, absolutely. And the fact, Major G.D. Bakshi, Indian ruling party leadership was on ISIS radar. In fact, they go on to describe this entire act. He was going to detonate himself against one of the representatives against a ruling circle in India. Of course, the reference is to the ruling party in this case. It could be anybody from the BJP or from the government. But this is a big wake-up call for India, sir. General Bakshi, how do you read this, sir?
Very much. As Gaurav was saying, the fact that he was being routed via Russia would have, because we regard the Russians as friends, our guard would have been down at the airports, at the, passport checking places, and he could have slipped through. The spin-off of this is that if it was detected, it could have also led to an attempt to spoil relations between India and Russia. Please see the implications of this. He is a Central Asian recruited in Turkey and is being routed via the Russian Federation to come to India. Now the moment, there is that kind of ethnic profiling that happens at the airports, because the moment you see a person coming from Russia, you tend to let your guard down. These are friends. Israelis, these are friends. And if it is somebody from, Afghanistan or any of these Islamist countries, quite obviously the checking is a bit more thorough. So, when you recruit agents like this and you route them through countries which are friendly to India, then you tend to be not so suspicious. And the chances of their slipping through are very, very high. So one of the reasons for routing him through Russia was exactly this, to facilitate his infiltration into India proper, number one. Number two, the spin-off would have been that whether it was intended or unintended, to try and spoil relations between India and Russia, because if, let us say, we had not preempted this, if the...
Jal Bakshi getting in the first picture, sir, getting in the first picture. First picture, I'm going to cut across to Republic Bharat. We have the first picture of the terrorist. That's the first, his face is blurred. First on Republic, the picture of the terrorist, of the bomber caught in Russia on Republic. That's him. And I have some more details. The detained Middle East resident confirmed that he had to travel to India to arrange an act of terror in retaliation for insulting the Prophet. Oh my God, the story is getting much bigger. Story is getting much bigger. I'm just getting in more details. This bomber has said he was trying to leave to India over a comment that was made against the Prophet. Maybe too early to conclude myself, but it appears that it could be linked to the recent comments. I don't want to comment or confirm on that. The suicide bomber's pictures are in. We're trying to get the video to translate the whole act. But if I can get Major Arya to this, Major Arya, the detained Middle East resident. He's a Middle East resident. Some more breaking news updates coming in. The Middle East resident has confirmed he had to travel to India to arrange an act of terror in retaliation for quote-unquote insulting the Prophet. That's the video that has just been released. I'd like to get your views on that, Major Arya.
No, it's good that he's been caught, but I'll go absolutely with General G.D. Bakshi on this. I mean, there can't be 1% variation also, unless you get aggressive. Today you were lucky. Russia caught this person. What if this person had slipped into India? There are thousands of people who come into India every day. What if he had managed to slip in? What if he had managed to carry out an attack, even if it was not successful? But the idea that there is a terrorist blast in Delhi or in the power corridors of Delhi, what kind of damage it would have done to the morale of the nation and otherwise also. So I think Russia has helped us, great. But Niranjan, at the end of the day, about our own capabilities, not just about intelligence gathering, but also capabilities regarding operations abroad. The ability of India to launch its assets abroad to neutralize terrorism is something that, I mean, we must start doing it, because tomorrow maybe Russia will not. Maybe this person comes through a country that is not India's best friend. Maybe he comes through a neutral country. Who knows? And maybe we are not able to catch him. We might be able to catch 999, but what about the 1000th person? Maybe he'll slip through and do something. So I think in order to be very sure, we must do this. General Bakshi often speaks about cost and consequences. You see, let's not wait for this person. This person has been caught. He's not been able to do anything. But let's figure out who was responsible and punish those people.
Going back and looking at the details, Major Bakshi, it appears prima facie, and I can't confirm, and it may be too early for me to confirm this, but going by what the Russian media is saying, and I'm simply quoting Sputnik, Russian news agency, is saying the detained Middle East resident confirmed that he had to travel to India to arrange an act of terror in retaliation for insulting the Prophet. Major General Bakshi, if I can get your response to that, sir.
Look, the fact is that this man must have been apprehended some time back, because these things are not revealed straight away, but only after thorough, detailed, comprehensive interrogation. And once under interrogation, they start singing like canaries. So I see no reason to doubt the version of Sputnik. or wait for really any other corroboration. If this is what the man has said, this is what the man has said. And the Russians are quite good at interrogating. So I don't think he would have been able to hide or fabricate very much, because I'm certain this arrest would have been made much earlier and would only have been released now. It may have happened that after that terror incident that has taken place in Moscow, the FSB was going with a tooth comb through all terror contacts, and that is when they nabbed him. And under interrogation, he would have revealed all this. So I have very little reason to doubt the Sputnik version, because I'm very certain that is based upon intensive interrogation of this man who has been caught, this would-be assailant. And once again, I would like to come back to this theme. It cannot be emphasized enough. And both Gaurav and I have been saying it again and again. For God's sake, if you are reactive, if you confine your, reactions to just consequence mitigation in your own soil, you will be at the receiving end of this forever and ever. The only way you can put a stop to this is by being proactive, by hitting across borders. There are other intelligence agencies that hunt down these people in other countries and quietly assassinate them before they can even think of doing any damage to India. We have to preempt. We can't wait for it to blow in our faces and then go, shedding tears of anger and tears of frustration and rage. We just now will have to, the prime job of this country is to guard its citizens. And if we cannot, we have to preempt all threats to our leadership. Don't forget, you have lost 2 prime ministers to assassinations. 2 prime ministers, not 1. Therefore, we as a country have to be very, very careful and very alert. And the only way to prevent this is to deter such attacks. How do you deter such attacks? By making either you preempt them. You find out about this, your intelligence is active and alert enough to be able to detect, sense these plots before they fructify, nullify them before they happen, so that nobody knows, but quietly you have eliminated, killed those people trying to threaten our political leadership or Indian citizens. And if it does happen, you make sure you retaliate against those countries which have harbored these terrorists. You take deterrent action. You raise costs and consequences. Most of these strikes have been coming via Pakistan. Now Afghanistan would be another destination. They will also route via Pakistan itself, or they could route via the Middle East, and now this is amazing. We are still waiting for clarity on the country of origin of this assassin, whether he is Central Asian or he is Middle East. But quite obviously the poaching grounds would be in the Islamic countries. They'd lie and look for frustrated individuals, radicalized individuals who are radicalized on the net, and then subsequently, their radicalization is accentuated. And he, apparently, it looks like that he was told that you have to avenge the insult to the Prophet himself. And therefore, he was making a beeline for Delhi to try and take out some of our top political leadership. This is as bad as it could get. One is not sure at what is the level that he was attempting. It could be anything. For a country that has lost 2 prime ministers, we can't afford to be complacent. 3 years of relative quiet and we have seemed to be putting our guard down. We had this Pakistani terrorist attack against one of our military posts in Rajouri. And it is just that they were alert, so therefore a mayhem was averted. But why then should we have a ceasefire on the line of control? Why should we facilitate such infiltration? Why did we have a ceasefire when Pakistan was trying to impose the Taliban in Kabul? Was it our job to facilitate Pakistan in its conquest of Afghanistan? So I think there is a lobby in India which wants to have peace with Pakistan. It is very idealistic to hope for peace with Pakistan. But I am sorry, I do not see it happening. There is a lobby that wants to recognize the Taliban and have diplomatic relations with them. We will perhaps be the only country in the world apart from Pakistan which even Pakistan has not recognized the Taliban. So I for the life of me can't understand these peaceniks and how they go soft in the head in trying to be, promote love and peace and amity in the area. It's very good. We would like to have love, peace and amity with all our neighbors. But if people are thirsting for our blood, if people want to kill Indians, assassinate our top leadership, I'm afraid it's not a friendly act. So we have to read between the line of all the peace overture. And we also have to understand that while the political leadership may be talking peace, the ISI is not. The ISI is up to its usual tricks. And it is trying to intensify the level of terrorism in India.
I've got a 57-second video. Just bear with me. Sir, I'm just going to share the video with my entire team. It's a 57-second video. I'm just going to put the video out. It's a 57-second video. I've just about accessed it. I'll try and play this video out. It's a 57-second video of the bomber. I'll just pull that up and just about play it. The entire video of the bomber on your screen now. We'll just play that out. It's a complete 57-second video where he's confessing. So the Russians didn't just make this up. They've just arrested an ISIS bomber who was recruited between April and June. He was recruited in Turkey, held meetings in Istanbul, was asked to head to India, was asked to carry out an assassination of a ruling party leader in India. He was asked to go to Russia, complete his documentation and enter India from the Russian route. I have that video. We can't understand much from the video because I think it's in Russian. If I can play that video out, please. If that video can just be played out. It's a 57-second video where he's going on to, he's going on to detail the plot, and he says that he was headed to India. He was tasked, according to the Russian media, he was tasked to come to India to retaliate for a comment against the Prophet. So what it also tells you, Major Arya, I want to come to you, the dangers of escalating an issue to the level where someone is recruited in Turkey, asked to come to India and eliminate a political leader. A big lesson for people within India as well, who amplified that story when it happened.
No, absolutely. There were so many people in India, Niranjan, who, whose careers were sinking and their careers took a massive boost because of this story. And people collected money, people threatened whom they did not like on social media. And, we all know who they are. And such people have gained, but they don't understand that what they have done is that they have betrayed their own country. I mean, you have something against Nupur Sharma. There are democratic ways to settle it. File a case against Nupur Sharma and that's okay. But the fact of the matter is when you get terrorists, or because after what you have said, because there will be so many crazies, there will be so many lunatics who will be happy to do this because they believe that this world is a transit lounge and you get your rewards up there in heaven. And they want to reach heaven as soon as possible, and there are such lunatics all over the world. And you don't know, your comments might trigger a lunatic who might say that, okay, here I come, I'm sick and tired of this world and let me go to heaven. So this is what has happened, Niranjan.
Absolutely. I'll let you go at this point. I know you need to go, Major Arya. Thank you for being with us in this in the course of this broadcast. We'll get back to you in just a bit. We'll get you live once again. I'm going back to, I think Abhishek is picking up some breaking news information. Abhishek, this comes at around the same time when the NSA, Ajit Doval was there. You're picking up some more details, Abhishek. Can I ask you to share those details with the viewers?
Well, Niranjan, yes. So NSA was, of course, there to participate in the SCO NSA's level meet, and that might have been just coincidental, because remember, the plot was about coming to India and carrying out the Fidai attack. But what I'm getting to here is that the Russian agency the FSB has informed the relevant Indian agencies, and more details are being collected. So whatever information we are getting has already